the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I rule my dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I
right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Shout out again to Brother Tavis for that cut, Soul of a Warrior. It is his original creation. Thank you so much for letting us rock the song on the show. I truly, truly appreciate it. All right, fam. So tonight is, child, November 17th. We are on our 30th episode on our series, The Age of Ascension, with Brother Odel. So Brother Odel is scheduled to join us tonight. I know we took a break last week. He's scheduled to join us. Last time he was here, we left off with the banking stuff, giving us the lowdown on the connection between banking and the quote underworld. He's going to get back into that next week and tie it into how the banking and the Vatican and, the banking cartel of Italy, including the Vatican, how that's tied into the reset. So we're going to get into that today. I know we had some homework, and child, I ain't even do the homework. The homework was for us to watch Godfather 3. So I'll get to it. I've watched it before, but I was going to rewatch it. Okay, fam. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So let's give a shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to Sis Tiffany. Good to see you, sis. Shout out to son Scotty. Hope you're doing well, son. I know you've been working hard, handling your business. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Good to see sis. And just a reminder, sis is the creator of Inky Binky Linky them phrase. That wasn't me, because she could never remember in Leo. So every time we would talk about it, she would be like, yeah, Inky, Binky. I'm like, girl, in Leo. So I just gave up her trying to remember it. So we just nicknamed them Anunnaki, Inky Binky Linky them. Shout out to Boss Lady Hicks. Shout out to Boss Lady. Shout out to Brother Land. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to Don Wild Indian. Shout out to Trauma Hawk. I don't think I'm missing anybody else in the chat. Shout out to Angela. Okay, shout out to Brother I'm Born Here. Shout out to TD. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. So my BCU fam is in the house heavy tonight. We're gonna go over, y'all don't understand. Y'all have no idea how we kicked it in Atlanta. So we fencing to go over that. I gotta open up going over there, because when I tell you we kicked it, we kicked it, y'all. So I'm gonna go over that. So shout out to my BCU fam. Shout out to LTC. I'll go over that, because it's funny stuff in there from me. My ass being in Atlanta, always some dramatization, the raggediness of Atlanta. So we're gonna go over that also. Okay, so let me bring on my co-host, Sis Sandra, and son Scotty jumped in. Okay, so all right, so maybe you didn't have to work tonight. So let me bring on Sis, and then I'll bring on son Scotty. Okay, so sis, you should be good. There you are.
I'm here.
Hey, sis, how are you?
I'm good. I was better until I figured out I can't work your Zoom on this earpiece
Girl,
again.
I don't know. What did the people say, sis? You and this equipment.
Well, it was something. It was something in the computer, and so after they fixed that, then they linked me to Zoom. So I may have to, put the link on here to pick it up every time, because it didn't work. It cut my earpiece off.
And in your earpiece people's defense, I think it's Zoom. Let me go on and hit record, because I'll be
recording in progress.
Yeah. I don't think it's your device. I think it's Zoom.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Okay. Shout out to sis Engine Gal. Shout out to Kiki. Do you love me? Yeah, I think it's raggedy ass Zoom, sis. So she dropped off. There goes sis with the equipment this week. So we have to bear with her. She's trying to sync up her Bluetooth to Zoom. So let me bring on son Scotty. I think you're unmuted, son.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Nice to hear you.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice as well. You've been busy handling your business. No complaints. I understand you got to do what you got to do.
Yes, ma'am. Things be moving so fast.
Yeah.
But it's always crazy because it's like, I be like thinking of like my mind prior to like getting into the topics that we getting into and going through how the world is changing. So much is changing. It's like, wow, I would not have been able to see and keep up with so much stuff. Like, yeah. So happy to be back tapping in. So much craziness going on. Things coming out of the woodwork, so many signs, so many narratives, so much controlled opposition, so much. But
I know
yes,
it's a lot of fuckery going on. So, child, we got a lot to cover tonight. We really do. Let me bring Sis Sandra back in. Hopefully, she got her equipment together. Sis, I unmuted you.
Yeah, I see, but it's not working. So
I'm sorry.
It's the microphones and it's not connecting with Zoom. They said they have everything in the microphone to do it, but Zoom is not connected to it. So it's not going to work. Yeah, but back to the thing. I got cut off.
Hey, Sis Sandra. Sorry to cut in.
Hey, brother. How you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
Got him back in the house. Oh, it's good to hear his voice.
No, because I thought of Sis Sandra the other day because she had brought up this one project, how we was going over the different MK Ultras and stuff. And I just happened to be listening to this one video and they was like, Project MK Naomi. I was like, oh yeah, Sis Sandra had brought that up because it's so many of them projects. It'd be like hard to keep track of all this stuff. And then it'd be like the different timelines of how they disclose them through like, okay, yeah, we dropped these patents and this, report. And although probably heavily redacted, still it'd be like, man, there's so much stuff that they just blatantly say at this point.
Well, it's time for disclosure now. See, the time is over because we're halfway to 2024. And so the truth has to come out. And that's one of my things for tonight I wanted to discuss with the video that I sent you. Because the Senate now is Republican, as you can tell, but the ones that are there, since they didn't take the House by numbers, they got up and had a conference today, a news conference.
Oh, and Pelosi coming down?
Yeah, I think, didn't she step down?
She had to.
Yeah, she had to.
Yeah, she had to. And, but that's still McConnell is still up there.
His old ass, girl, he ain't transitioned yet.
No, and his wife is coming his party. Her dad is coming his party, right? That's what they say about him. Her dad is in transportation, and for the Communist Party. His wife. So if his wife is there, and that came out today in the conference, not about him, but the fact that Biden is supporting the Communist Party and selling us down the river. They publicly announced the Hunter Biden and him with the Communist Party selling our oil, all kinds of stuff they announced today. And I said, whoa.
You mean in that video, sis?
Yeah, the video I sent you.
Oh, okay. Ciao. Well, before we get started, we go ahead on with. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
Oh no, I was just about to say, and we already see that in the military and the technology, like this whole Ukraine thing is like we already been sold out to whatever they want to call it, the new ism.
True, very much so true.
We stay being the collateral for the isms.
Exactly.
Well, they're trying to get more money. They're trying to get, what is it, 78 billion? I don't know. I forget. I lost track of those billions, you see.
Right.
So they're trying to get more money from the for Ukraine. And you know, there's let me see, did I send you that one? I don't know. They were laundering that money through that FBX. I think it's FBX.
Child, you better stop the one that just went bankrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Child. The crypto platform that just went bankrupt is what she talking about, fam.
Yeah, and it's a big deal because he was laundering the money through charities, you know, like Zelensky. He was giving it to Zelensky and other people.
Allegedly and supposedly, because I don't need y'all sending.
Well, allegedly, supposedly,
yeah,
but it's
Sandra something on. But so allegedly and supposedly. Go ahead on, sis. Yes, thanks, Brother Lance. FTX. Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, and it's public now. They got it out there, and he's under surveillance. I think he was doing it from the Bahamas, and he was supporting all of the Democratic.
You mean the CEO of FTX?
Yeah.
So you know they're putting together a is it a class action lawsuit against him? And they're bringing in the celebrities that endorsed it. Remember, I was just talking to y'all before we went on break, huh?
No, that was the Kardashians, right?
No, her funky ass. I shouldn't be saying it. The lady ain't done nothing to me personally. Like her funky ass. That's on Kanye shit. But she wasn't in this one. But who was it? Jennifer Lopez, Shaq.
Larry David, Tom Brady,
yep,
Giselle Bundchen,
Tom Brady,
Shaquille O'Neal,
yep,
Steph Curry.
Yep, some big heavy hitters was promoting it. So supposedly the people that lost their money, because you're talking billions that were lost, because that company had a valuation of, I think they said 100 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And now, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I sent you that text on We Love Trump. That's the one that's on.
Okay, yeah, and I didn't get a chance to read none of it, child. So yeah, so that is a big deal. You're right, sis, about that FTX stuff crashing, and it's interesting because everybody know I've been following crypto for a while, and I know a lot of these crypto platforms was stood up, and for people that's not into crypto, it's really equivalent to like a trading platform, basically. So now I don't know what FTX was. I'm assuming that's what it was. But my point being, I remember a lot of these platforms coming out, and I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time to keep up with that bullshit. And since none of this is backed by the alphabet boys in them, so meaning if something jumps off, I can't get my coins back if some fuckery jump off. So I just, me personally, I stuck with the main platform, which was Coinbase, and I think I'm on Bittrex. Yeah, I think I'm on those two. So I stuck with the main ones. But a lot of those cryptocurrency platforms have been bankrupt. Folks' shit was stolen. Yada, 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 yada. So same old, just the thieves fleecing the public. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So, I mean, they're just saying that he was giving the money from the investors to his girlfriend's business to prop it up. And that's how it went bankrupt. Because when he went to get some credit to, prop his up because people weren't wanting their money, they refused to give him the credit because he didn't have any more credit, and it's worth about $1 now.
Right. Plus, crypto
using welfare.
Right. Plus, crypto it's down. It's down a lot, and everything across the board is down. So I'm assuming he was leveraging stuff against the crypto market, and he was running a Ponzi scheme. Let's keep it real.
Robbing.
Yeah.
Robbing Paul to pay Polly.
Yeah. And to be honest, a lot of those crypto coins, they call them altcoins, which is really just alternative coins. So alternative from the stable coins, and they consider like Bitcoin, Ethereum. I can't think of the other ones off the top of my head as stable. So a lot of those altcoins were literally Ponzi schemes. So you had people like I know T.I. got in a lot of trouble for it, Kim Kardashian, and a couple of other celebrities. I think what's the boxer's name? Mayweather. I think Mayweather got caught up in some drama with those altcoins. So basically what they would do is a couple of tech guys would just create a coin out of nothing. Okay. Really didn't have no type of purpose. And they would pay celebrities to endorse it. And because people are so heavy with worshiping celebrities, they would buy it. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was basically a Ponzi scheme. That's the end of the day. Yeah. Lance is saying, leave your crypto in a cold storage. Then you are safe because it's not on their platform. Yeah, because you can also do that. Peace and love, Brother Odel.
Yeah, because as much as they talk about the platform being decentralized, it's still on their ledger. It's still on it, even though they be like, oh, yeah, no one has complete control. Yeah, but you still got the risk of all your shit being just swooped away.
Yeah, because remember, shout out to Nisi Poo when she gave us the paper on them testing. She pretty much gave us the paper on the entire world. That paper was broken down by nations have already tested crypto. And one of the tests was being able to know even what's offline in cold storage. So ain't nobody even with the cold storage, they gonna know what you got. It ain't gonna be no mistake escaping. So let me let on Brother Sean. So before we get into that deep, I just want to real quick, fam, go over my Atlanta adventures. So shout out to the BCU fam. Shout out to LTC. We had an absolutely wonderful time. I'll get into that in a second. Child, ghetto ass Atlanta. I hadn't been since the pandemic. Matter of fact, I had to cancel my trip because the week that they shut the world down, I literally was supposed to be in Atlanta that week. Okay. So long story short, Atlanta is Atlanta. Even since the last time I was there a couple years ago, I still can't believe how they're continuously building shit. It's just, I don't know, Atlanta. It's overwhelming to me now. Literally, coming from the airport and I was about to get on the expressway, only to look down and saw just traffic backed up. I saw they got me fucked up. My nerves is already shot. So luckily I knew the back streets to navigate to where I need to be. Mm-hmm. So, Rhonda-isms, because it's always going to be a story with me with wherever the fuck I go. So, first of all, I got this ghetto ass car from funky ass Avis. Avis, you can forget it. I ain't never finna re-rent from y'all because y'all messed me around last time We stood in a line for like literally 3 hours, and I forgot that I had that experience. I shouldn't have booked with y'all funky ass. Get up there, and the choices of the 2 cars I had was piece of shit 1, piece of shit 2. My bad. I should have just upgraded, but I picked the worst piece of shit. So I gets in the car, saw the traffic, so I'm navigating, doing my thing, and I kept seeing little bitty ants, and I'm like, okay, Rhonda, maybe you just imagining it. Long story short, child, a motherfucking car, I'm sitting at the stoplight, and all of a sudden, child, I see this trail of ants growing across the dashboard of the car with motherfucking food scraps in their mouth. I said, this car is infested with ants. So I had to go get some bug spray. Didn't want to get the real harsh stuff because I'm in this car and it was cold. It was cold in Atlanta. So I had to have the windows up. So I got the natural stuff. So I'm literally, y'all, driving all around Atlanta, spraying the windshield like, motherfucking ants getting on the seat. Like, ghetto ass Avis. Y'all can forget it. I'll never do it again.
I've never seen ants in a car.
Girl, I was fired the fuck up, sis. Because when I kept seeing the 1 or 2, I'm like, okay, Rhonda, but literally they like, okay, do just the tray. You know how ants, when they gather up their motherfucking food and stuff, they work together in a line, and they like do with little pieces of food. I said, you got to be bullshitting me. So ghetto ass Avis, forget about it. And I don't have a problem calling you out. You should be getting your shit together. I'm done with you. So I came in early Thursday to see friends and family, to split it up, to see friends one day, family another day. And so I chose, because I didn't want to stay with any friends. I didn't want to stay with any family, because when you do that, they're going to hold you hostage. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm just going to get me some place to stay Thursday, because Friday is when, you know, I got my place to kick it with the BCU fam. So I purposely booked, anybody familiar with Atlanta, I know y'all know Grant Park. That's where the Atlanta Zoo is. Okay. Literally, the zoo sits in Grant Park. That's my area. I like that stomping ground, like a lot of restaurants I like around there, this, that, and the third. So I was looking for somewhere to stay there. And so I picked this Airbnb. Interestingly enough, that was like in this community in the Grant Park area, they had tiny homes, fam. They literally had tiny homes. So I picked one. It wasn't quite a tiny home. It was like this duplex. But it only had like 1 bedroom, and that's all I needed because I was in and out. But the reason I picked it, because it looked like it was a tree house. It's set up high on a hill. And in the backyard, they had actual live chickens. Now, I want y'all to remember, I'm actually in the heart of the city of Atlanta. So that means the city of Atlanta changed their zoning to allow this to go on. So they had live chickens in the background. And then below, like the back of it, because remember, the place set on the hill, like it looked like it was literally in a tree house. And then in the back of it, and I'll post pictures on the community page. The back of it was a full blown out garden, fam, and they had this great big ass greenhouse, and I'm like, damn, they are really, really doing it up. And so the property next to where I was staying literally had one of those tiny houses. And it had a what do you call that? Not mobile home. Y'all remember like the fancy mobile trailers from the 50s that were metal. So they had one of those sitting there because somebody had rented that out, and I ain't that motherfucking adventurous. I'm sorry. I need somewhere to wash my ass properly and use the bathroom properly. I'm not that adventurous. But I know they were renting that out, and then they had literally a tiny home next to that. So I'm just tripping that the city of Atlanta literally zoned that particular, they let them do it. I was extremely, extremely surprised. So anybody that's familiar with Atlanta, y'all know back in the day, that particular area was considered the hood. So that's considered the east side of Atlanta if you're not familiar with it. And it's totally gentrified now, y'all. It's 1000% gentrified. So yeah, where I stayed, that's what was going on with that. So I kind of drove that neighborhood. I drove a couple neighborhoods because I wanted to kind of see where the movement was going on in Atlanta as far as building it up. So I went over there by remember where the original Atlanta Braves Stadium is. So that's Summer Hill neighborhood, if I'm not mistaken, because you have Grant Park here and then like Summer Hill there. And man, when I used to kick it over in that area, I would go to Grant Park and walk. And one of my routes, I would walk from Grant Park all the way down to the Atlanta Braves Stadium. And just driving that route, because Georgia Avenue, that's the route. That's the route I would take. Anybody that know that area, you know what I'm talking about. I was like, had to keep checking to see if I was on Georgia Avenue because it had changed so much. And so even when I was like kicking it in that area, you still had Black families in those houses over there. And it's been so much activity going on. I know the property values have been raised so much. I didn't even recognize it, fam. And specifically Summer Hill, because they had already gentrified Grant Park. Summer Hill was holding on. Now that's even gone. I was just like, oh my God. That's all I could say. So the Atlanta Braves Stadium, the actual Atlanta Braves, they left out of the city of Atlanta and now they're in Cobb County. I think that's a hot motherfucking mess. By across the street from the mall. Cobb County didn't need that. It was already trafficking with what the fuck ever. I ain't gonna ever be participating in that. But now Georgia State has the Atlanta Braves Stadium, which I thought that was smart. But that whole area, Lance, in Smyrna, baby, I don't know how you deal with that traffic because that little area was already trafficky to begin with. It was already trafficky. I did a contract over in that area, and I'm like, I gotta, leave either really, really late or really, really early. It was already trafficky before they put that stadium in there. So child, Atlanta is just, I don't know. And even with me, like driving the east side, I saw them every little ounce of space that you could possibly think. They were putting up condos. And when I tell you it's overbuilt in Atlanta, it's unbelievable. So I drove a little bit on the west side. The west side is still, because they were trying to take the west side for quite some time. They haven't gotten there yet. Mosley Park, I know they kind of took over that particular area. They had started to start buying up all of the stuff on the West End. That's West Side is West End in Atlanta. They haven't quite gotten there. But I am just giving folks a heads up, and I've been saying this for years, that if you're on that West End area, don't sell your property for cheap if you're going to sell it. If you're going to sell it, hold out, okay? Because they are coming on the West End. They've been trying to do it. The South side of Atlanta, they still ain't made no headways there. You can see where they're starting to try to do it, but the South side is still toe up from the flow up. I didn't see any progress on the South side. So I was shocked on that. The only thing I can think of is that as they're gentrifying the rest of Atlanta, they're pushing people south. So the South within the Atlanta city borders, and then the South suburbs like Riverdale and all of that jazz. So that was my, reminiscent Atlanta experience, kind of driving around the neighborhood. And I was on Metropolitan Parkway. And I hear somebody blowing this horn like, beep, 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 beep. And so all of us cars, we looked around. We like, okay, they beeping at us. Child, you hit this sus, this transgender sus, was selling Badussi, jumping out of one car, getting in the other. I said, oh, Lord, I'm truly in Atlanta. And anybody that's been in Atlanta for a while, Metropolitan Parkway, from my understanding, it was before I lived in Atlanta. Back in the day, that was the whole stroll. And the stories they would tell me, I'm like, y'all lying on them motherfucking people, y'all lying. According to my sources, and I asked my sources, how your nasty ass know that? But anyhow, according to my sources, Metropolitan used to be so off the chain that they had like little huts, where people would go in there and do their business, and you had a couple of famous pimps that wind up going to jail and was on a motherfucking documentary. So I just kind of cracked up to see that activity on Metropolitan Parkway, which is still kind of considered west and the south side. So they're trying to bring that area up. It has not gotten to that state yet. But interestingly enough, fam, Metropolitan, and those of you that are, native to Atlanta, or if you lived in Atlanta a long time, you already know this, but Metropolitan used to be called Stewart Avenue. I said, child, I can't even do it with them. So that was my adventures in Raggedy, Atlanta. All right. So let's get to the BCU, fam. Peace and love, sis Tifa. Peace and love. Peace and love. Creekside Yella. Camp Creekside, they have already, I know right before I left, they were building up Camp Creek. Because off of Camp Creek, you have some nice subdivisions off of Camp Creek Parkway. So yeah, Camp Creek is definitely about to come up. If you're looking for something, that's a good area. Although I don't know if East Point has changed, but East Point is kind of split. You have really, really good areas of East Point, like downtown, East Point, downtown College Park. Really, really nice restaurants, all of this jazz. But then you have parts that are still really rough around the edges. But yes, I agree. Camp Creek is definitely finna come up. Airport City, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I wonder how Riverdale is going to fit into that, though, because, Riverdale is really right there with the airport, too. And Riverdale kind of took a hit when they started pushing people out of the city a lot of folks went to Riverdale with the foolishness. So that's going to be real interesting. I agree. Okay, so then Friday for the rest of the weekend, I kicked it with the BCU fam. And when I tell you fam, we kicked it from Friday all the way up. I had to meet up with my dad on Sunday, but I know they had a brunch on Sunday. When I say we kicked it hard, fam, we kicked it hard, partied from Friday to Saturday. We wind up going to like a mound in Alabama. We all met up at Walmart. We went to Cheaha Mountains in Alabama at the highest elevation. It was absolutely beautiful, beautiful experience. And the people, fam, just so much love in the house. Everybody got along. Everybody was just happy to see each other. It was just such a wonderful experience. And the funny part is, well, Friday, let's start with Friday. Shout out to I'm Born Here. We met up and was sitting in his hotel lobby because then we had a BCU house where it was the centralized point for the fam to get together to party and whatever, the case. So I met up with I'm Born Here. And so we sat in his hotel lobby cracking up. It was great to, really have a conversation with I'm Born Here. Real cool brother. And then we wind up meeting over at the BCU house with the rest of the fam. I just kicked it so much. And so, shout out to the ladies in the BCU house who just ran that shit like a home. I mean, Sis Ebonige, Sis Trees, Sis Shehart. When I say we kicked it, and it's like soon as I walked in the door, it was like, oh, this is home. I'm like, okay, then, okay. We had so much fun, fam. So then, the rest of the crew that was in town, they started coming in on Friday. And so we were there on Friday just kicking it, talking shit, having fun. I don't think people started leaving until like 1. And then we were supposed to be meeting up at 8 a.m. to go to Alabama. But that's how hard we kicked it. We like, well, we don't care. You know how black folks do. We do what we do. So Saturday, black folks. I mean, in our defense, goddamn it, BCU ladies, we were up because, and not by choice, because where we had the house, somebody's child had some roosters. Now, I know personally woke me the fuck up at 6 a.m. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to sleep. Cause I was tired. I didn't go to bed till like 2. And I'm like, cause I'm thinking, I know that ain't my rooster. Cause he know goddamn well I cuss him out. You start around my shit at 9, goddamn it. I didn't train the rooster next door to me. Bitch, you at 9. Or if you you better quietly, goddamn, cause I gotta sleep. So I'm like, damn. I said, I'll be goddamn. So these raggedy ass roosters, Teresa said it was several, woke the whole motherfucking house up. Teresa said they was going back and forth. So I don't know what the fuck they was arguing and stuff about. But nonetheless, in our defense, the ladies, we were up. We like, well, let's go on and get the hell on up, get together, this, that, and the third. So we all, everybody was like going back and forth, chatting. Okay, what time are we really meeting up? So we saw the 9 o'clock. So we were like, okay, we'll be up there by 9 because we met at a centralized place at a Walmart parking lot. Because we were all going to, pick which cars we were going to roll out to go to Alabama. So we get to Walmart. I don't know why this printer is being possessed. So we get to Walmart, child. When I tell you we fucking partied in Walmart's parking lot from 8 a.m., we didn't roll out to 1 something because we were waiting on people, trying to be considerate, this, that, and the third. Child, everybody was happy to see everybody. It was so much love in the air. And I mean, we had people coming from as far as Seattle, Washington, California, and people from the West Coast. I felt so bad. They had a really hard time getting out to the East Coast. So I don't know what the hell was going on. So nonetheless, everybody was so happy to see everybody. So we just started partying. You know how we do, talking shit. You know, shout out to Junior, because I'm like, you better come. I threatened the man, and he wound up coming. Junior is the brother that put together the Ohio trip and the Ohio Serpent Mounds. So I had threatened him, you need to come to Atlanta. Poor Junior. Shout out to Junior. So Junior came because I had threatened to karate chop him in the neck if he was playing like he was going to come, and he didn't come. So he was there. Just everybody, Sis Kales, Brother Kyrie. So the Ohio crew, the crew that came to Ohio was there. Fam, we kicked it. So as people are study coming in, you know, we all talking shit, laughing, this, that, and the third. Child, next thing I know, music playing. I smell some ooh-wee. And then one of the brothers opened his trunk. I don't know who had that moonshine in their motherfucking truck, in the trunk of their car. Oh, you gonna drink? I'm like, hell no, I'm not finna drink with y'all. It's 9 something in the morning. I'm not fucking with y'all like that, and especially with no moonshine. Nope, I don't want no ooh-wee either. None of that. Because y'all do that ooh-wee. My shit is on a like introductory level. Y'all do that ooh-wee. So we were just having so much fun. And out of all that time we were in the Walmart parking lot, not one person fucked with us. Not one person came and said, you know, y'all need to move it along, this, that, and the third. So we was already partying before we got to Alabama. So once we got to Alabama, and then it just kind of hit us. Well, it hit me really, how many people were really there. And I'm like, wow, this is tripping me out. This is really, really tripping me out. So it was such a wonderful time, fam. Just all of us being together, just, we understood why we were doing what we were doing. It's about, you know, your personal spiritual journey, your personal journey of doing your genealogy, finding your ancestors. And it's just so happened we linked up with a group of people that had the same type of energy. And that's exactly what it was. So it was very emotional when we got to the high top, and just everybody giving a testimony of, you know, why they were there. It was really, really special. It was really, really beautiful. You know, it was great to see in person, put a face, be in the same space, feel the same energy with people that we have been, you know, talking online like forever. It was just really, really a beautiful experience. So shout out to Legendary Top Cats. It was really, really a great event. You know, shout out to Sis Treese. I know you did a lot of work, sis. I understand. Shout out to Sis Ebony. You did a lot of work. You know, shout out to Sis She-Heart. She gave us banging gifts. Just really, really, really beautiful. So, you know, after we left there, we had to plan for the party. Had a party that Saturday because we literally did a big cookout. And when I tell y'all don't even understand how much fucking food, how much liquor we had. We had so much food, fam, so much liquor. I know I didn't even get to slam close to what we had, okay? And you had, the BCU family bringing in their dishes that they had cooked at the crib and drove there. A shout out to I'm Born Here. He did rice pudding. I think you said your sister did it, if I'm not mistaken. I'm Born Here. Drove this rice pudding all the way from Virginia. And black folks, he had her do one with the raisins, one without the raisins. And then Sis Kels did that butter cake. Baby, let me tell you something. That was good. And Sis Kel, I had not had butter cake like that, I think, since my grandmother. I tried to order it in a restaurant. When did I try to order it in a restaurant, child? Child, it don't even fucking matter. I had to throw that shit in the garbage. It was a hot mess. But Kels laid it out. Hers was good. Treese was up till, I think, 3 a.m. because I went to bed at 2. And I was like, sis, you need some help? And she like, no, I got it. She was up like till 3 something cooking. So she had a rum cake. That motherfucking rum cake was slamming. She did some buttermilk pies. I didn't even get to the buttermilk pies, sis. I was too full. And then when I looked over to maybe get like a little piece, I don't know where it went. It was just, I can't even name all of the food that we had, fam. All of the liquor on the table. And then shout out to No Sellout with the herbal refreshments. Baby. I didn't partake because, my ass. He got it sitting there. He had the gummies. So I'm looking at the pack because I got to see, okay, what's the strength on these bitches? So I'm looking like this. I'm like, 1,000? How much per gummy? 100. 100? Oh, nigga, this gonna last me for like the whole year because my little stuff only 10, and I can only take one of those. So he had all of that laid out, the vape thing, and then he had some chocolates that's some mixed with some shrooms, just laid out for the fam to try. So if y'all need your medicine, make sure you link up with No Sellout, and I'll make sure that I post how to get to him as well on the community wall. So I thought that was funny, and it's funny, No Sellout, because I had like taken a couple packets, and I think you gave me the shroom situation chocolate, and then it was a vape pen. So I was so tired, I set my stuff on the living room glass table. So cause I'm like, I'll get up and put it up in a minute. So I went to the restroom and I came back, my shit was gone. And I'm like, wait a minute, who took my old weight? And so sis Eboniche go, oh, sis, that's yours. She said I had wrapped it up in some aluminum foil. I didn't know whose that was. I had set it aside because we was cleaning up. So that was funny. But it was just so beautiful, fam. Everybody really came together. It wasn't nobody trying to take advantage of anybody. Nobody on no bullshit. It was just truly, truly, truly love in the air, okay? And even people, that brought their significant others, they were even put in the mix as well, giving awards, and it was really, really a beautiful experience. So shout out to the BCU fam. It was a great experience, and for the amount of people that we had, it was extremely, extremely successful. And I'm telling you, we kicked it. And to be honest, we really needed more days because we were like on the go like that. And I know I didn't want to leave. I'm like, I don't want to leave. I'm kicking it out. Shit, I want us to re-kick it on Sunday, or So, I mean, we really had a good time. So, shout out to Carrie Bay, um and my guy, and I'm born, because we played spades. So now I'm minding my business. I'm sitting on the couch wrapped up in this blanket because it was cold as fuck on that mountain, y'all. So I had this big ass oversized sweater, like zip up sweater on, because I didn't think I needed a heavy coat. I was on that mountain fucking shivering. So by the time we got back to the house, goddamn it, I was still cold. I was cold down to my soul. So I'm sitting on the couch wrapped in the blanket like. So Carrie gets to talking shit about playing some spades. And I'm like, because he was looking for spade partners. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll play some spades. And he gonna keep running his motherfucking mouth. Oh, well, you know, Rhonda, I'm gonna have to teach you a thing or two. And then I'm born. It's like, okay, Rhonda, let's be partners, spade partners. I said, bet. So Carrie studied talking shit. I said, you know what? Stood up, stretched. I said, I thought a nigga said something. Come on, get this ass whooping. So we played spades. And yeah, we spanked that ass. We spanked that us first game. And I rubbed it in every time we spanked that us, because he made that assumption. And then only for us to lose the second round. But in my defense, and you know, I'm born admitted, because he didn't listen to what the fuck I had to say. He wanted to go and do that manish stuff with his ego. And I'm sitting there like, so we fucked around and lost the second game, so I couldn't talk shit thoroughly and fully like I wanted to. But that's okay. We gonna do a rematch next time. When we talking crazy, Kiki, I just said no, because Carrie had, goddamn it, Carrie has started it. You should have heard the mess. I'm gonna have to tell. I'm like, this nigga don't know. I used to run him in college. Goddamn it, we used to play gamble for laundry money, and that was serious business. Sit your motherfucking quarters on the table. Let's hit it. So you was messing with the wrong one on them spades. But yeah, we had a really, really good time. Other folks was playing dominoes. Although that was the quietest domino game. I'm used to people slamming stuff on the table. I'm like, what was y'all doing up there? And let me lay this here. And let me lay that way. I'm like, y'all was quiet. I was like, y'all was, oh, nice and etiquette. And I'm all ghetto. No. And I'm going to tell you something. You underbid again. We taking books. My ghetto ass. But we had such a good time, fam. So, shout out to the BCU. Shout out to Carrie Bay, and shout out to the fam. So we had a really, really great time. So that was my thing with my Atlanta trip with the BCU fam, going up to Alabama. We are going to, well, Top Cats is going to do a recap tomorrow. He has a new channel. If the BCU fam, if you don't mind, can you grab the new channel link so folks can go over and subscribe? And if y'all want to kick it tomorrow to kind of live to see, I'm assuming he's doing pictures and videos and all of that. So if some of the BCU fam, if somebody can drop the new channel link in the chat, that would be great. And I will pin it. And if someone has a no sellouts medication link, if you can drop that in the chat, but I'll still post this stuff again on the community wall. So shout out to LTC. What a wonderful event. Shout out to the women. I mean, I met so many great people, Boss Lady, Sis Tiffany, and I know I'm leaving out so many people. Everybody was just, Joe Jack. I think you came from Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. Just sweet. And then Babyface, Creekside, Yellow. I'm like, oh, look at that baby. It was really, really a beautiful experience, fam. So shout out to the BCU fam. All right. So I am going to put this link up. That's the new BCU or Legendary Top Cats channel. So y'all can go over there and subscribe. He's gonna go live tomorrow and kind of recap the trip. So shout out to the BCU fam. We kicked it. I mean, we kicked it, and kicked it some more. Okay. All right, fam. So with that said, let's get started. I know Brother Sean is here. Okay, and then Kiki just put the medication link from Note to Sellout. So y'all definitely hook up with him as well. So I'm telling y'all, if you are a novice like me and you ain't about that life, you better get your dosages together. I'm just trying to tell you. So, but yeah, link up with him. He has a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. So let me bring on Brother Sean. And then as I'm doing that, Sis Sandra. Well, before I do that, peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power.
Hey, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power,
I'm
Brother
good.
Sean.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Good to
Good
hear
to be
your
back.
voice. Yeah, good. Good to hear your
I
voice.
hear you cutting up.
I know, right? Oh boy.
But that's what's up though. That's
Yeah.
all up.
Yeah, it was a lot of love in the air. We kicked it. That was literally my first time with kicking it with online people, where it was no drama, nobody trying to use anybody, and it was literally all genuine. So a lot of love in the air. So yeah.
Big up BCU. Big up now, youth.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so Sis Sandra, you have any additional go ahead on with the fuckery?
You know, I listened to Farrakhan.
Okay, so what about it now?
Farrakhan is talking about Kanye and Irving, and how he and the Jewish rabbis got together, and he was defending Kanye and Irving for the fact that they were just doing trying to find themselves and stuff. But he first started out like, we are gods. We are the children of God. That's how he started out pretty much. And he kind of like set the tone about what he was going to say, I guess. So what happened was he really was defensive against the rabbi, who gave him an envelope out of his breast pocket, and because they had dinner together at the rabbi's house. And the rabbi said, "We'll be watching you." And so Minister Farrakhan told a whole smack-a-rocket. So they obviously got in touch with him to keep Kanye and Irving. Irving on track. He got together with Farrakhan to kind of like correct them, or get them on track, and they call it buck busting. Now that I came away with. So we're
buck breaking.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I came away with that one. I said, "Oh, that was pretty bad. That's how Farrakhan said they were doing the people. And because if they say something you don't like, they pull your money, they pull your chain, and so it was 53 minutes of him telling the whole deal about what he experienced and that they had gotten in touch with him. So it's really a lot of people making comments about it. And he, let's see, there's other people who are supporting and that are awake, and there's ones that are not supporting that are asleep, So it was just a lot that is going on, and if they keep advertising it and trying to shut him up, it's just going to get out there further, because they're trying to stop Barnes and Noble and Amazon, and Amazon from selling the books. I saw the books, and I saw an excerpt of the DVD, the trailer, and what he actually said was truth. It's all scientific. He used all kinds of genres in which to tell what that book was about. And Minister Farrakhan and his wife went to the movie, he said, and saw it.
So what is the controversy? What did this book not allegedly, what did the book say that's the controversy? Is the controversy with the book saying that melanated people are the Jews, or what?
Well, what the book is saying is they're telling the roots of the cultures and where they started and who was their leaders.
Okay.
And I guess that's something they don't want out there. I don't know, because they
because it's denying their claims to be Semitic people, basically. So if you put that out there, it's like, well, how are you gonna claim anti-Semitism and all this blah blah blah? Anyway, whenever you get to the root of saying, where did you come from? What's the origins of your people? Somehow that's racist. That's anti-Semitism to them. And so to share any type of doctrine about their origins is somehow converted to anti-Semitism.
But you can get an attitude and say, I'm from Africa, right?
Yeah, so you can tell other people where they from, make up whole stories about where they from, and do the same for yourself. But when people try to hey, that's not adding up. What about this? It's a lot of sources out here that say, these might be your people, and this is where you might come from. But I don't know. I'm just saying this is who I am, and this is sources that saying about you. I'm just pulling the sources. I didn't say this.
It says, pull up the definition of Semitic.
Okay, sure was. Sure will. Yeah, Lady Des, I hope you okay, Sweet Pea, on that medicine. But you and I had that conversation too, girl. Hopefully, if you just took a little corner, I don't know. I may have to give away my stuff, but
It says, it's American Indian Heritage Month. And what's dominating? Kyrie.
Ooh, got you. I'm with you.
And his whole indigenous American Indian thing ain't get this type of press. This movie and Amazon, they made buku bucks. They getting paid. Majority of y'all ain't even heard of that damn movie.
Right, because I don't know
until
what they're
now.
talking about.
Kyrie ain't say shit.
Right.
He just shared a link.
That's all he did. He shared a link.
Because he has such a following, it was time to shut him up.
I just can't with this censorship, y'all. And that's you know what I'm saying? Because that's clearly censorship. And I guess
But also,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Again, it's American Indian Heritage Month.
Right. So it's
We supposed to be
overshadowed.
focusing, right. We supposed to be focusing on us. And we worried about millionaires losing millions of dollars that they handlers gave them. Just because they deciding to buck their handlers now, they still ain't giving us shit.
Right.
And all their consciousness, how much land have they bought?
Right.
What type
Kanye.
of what type of tribe have they tried to pull together? You can't get up, you can't get near neither one of them motherfuckers.
I just
I
can't,
ain't,
y'all.
I'm not passing judgment on them and their awakening.
Mm-hmm.
But they looking to protect their lifestyle.
You breaking up,
They ain't
Brother
looking to
Sean.
change
But
shit.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh. They ain't looking to change shit. They looking to sustain their lifestyle.
Right.
That's what they worried about. They can go in business together. They still got enough money to do that.
Right.
But they want to argue and bicker with these people about their money. When you signed the contract, you knew what the deal was. You laid in bed with them. What that got to do with the rest of us?
Right.
I digress.
So let me just real quick read the definition of Semitic. I'm going to go two ways, just the normal definition, and then we're going to go to the etymology online. So Semitic, adjective relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages. Now, this little definition tripped me out. I'm glad you said, look it up, Brother Sean. And certain ancient languages such as Phoenician, sip water, and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of child, clutch pearl, girl, child. Let me bring this shit up on this because y'all gonna say Rhonda's a damn lie. 4, 5, and 6. Let me bring it up on display, child.
It must be good.
So let me blow this up. So
Brother Sean that fell off.
Oh shit. Okay, Brother Sean, I'll bring you back on soon as I take this screen thingamajig. Is he in the Zoom, y'all? Did he come back on yet? Okay.
Nah.
Okay. All right. I'll bring you back on, Sean, as soon as you get on. So Semitic, relating to, okay, I see him now. Relating to, and you can unmute yourself, Brother Sean. Relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of who? Who's the main subgroup?
You don't see it.
Afro-Asiatic.
Oh, okay.
So this is from Oxford. So now who was doing what to whom when now? This is by y'all own definition that is the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family.
Who lied? Who lied? Who lied?
So y'all full of shit. And melanated, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
If you go into some of the encyclopedias about the Egyptian captivity, it's all Asiatic or melanated people there that was all doing all the work. Even on the relief of some of the pyramids, they show brown skinned folks. So I don't know. Dark skinned people in some encyclopedias, some even the book I have shows dark folks.
And see the flip they did, it don't even have nothing to do with the actual definition, like anti-Semitic.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's just
literally like
lying just to be fucking lying. I'm sorry, go ahead, son. Shit.
No, because I was just saying, like, they literally, like, anti-Semitism is just like a propaganda term that they made as like a scapegoat for saying anything to do with their real origins. It's like, wait, this is like, why did y'all come up with a whole other word if it's so close to being oppressed or racism or prejudice or something like that? You like took a word, flipped the definition, put an anti in front of it, and just be grouping it in with like racism. Yeah.
Right.
Like what?
You know what? They done made me start to motherfucking itch.
Brother Sean might not be able to unmute because he put his hand up.
Okay, let me try to unmute him then. I just can't with this fuckery. It's too much. It's too much.
And it's going worldwide, talk about we're liars and that's not truth and you're hurting our feelings.
And I'm gonna unmute you, Brother Odel, just in case. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But sis, it's talking about languages.
Exactly.
It's not
That's
even
what
talking about people.
Exactly. So now who said what to whom now when and supposedly and allegedly is being... See, people, this is why reading and research is fucking fundamental. They can run any game they want on the world because people don't simply research on what the fuck they sitting up here claiming.
And then in the second part, it says relating to the peoples who speak Semitic languages, especially Hebrew
and Arabic.
And Arabic.
I'm just childish.
All of them languages too. Where do we know those is tracing back to?
Yep.
I can't do it. I can't do it with them. I don't have it to give. I did not expect to see Afro-Asiatic family. Now, this ain't, Brother Abdullah, from mosque, temple number, etc., etc. This is from Oxford
Dictionary. Just like they say in the dictionary, who are the people that were here first to this place in 1828? That dictionary. That's Oxford too.
Well, it's just all familiar with. Good evening, everybody.
Hey, peace and love.
Don't get me started.
Bring it on, bro.
Don't get me started.
They done made me scratch. I can't with them. I'm literally itching. I can't do it with them.
I'm desperate to speak. Oh, sorry. I just finished up. I'm gonna kill this. Oh,
bring it, dog. Come on, bro. Bring
it. They sitting up here with this foolishness.
Officer Paul, good evening, everybody. Listen. I'm gonna let this finish up, and then I want to talk about Oxford, specifically because of how we're educated over here across the pond. Because the thing about the language issue is we're taught properly to some degree over here. but it's the race angle's being spun a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But what we are taught here is we know the difference between adjective, nouns, and verbs. And once you've got a basic grasp of the English language, and you're able to use what's called and I'll show them at some point if we get a chance this evening. I'll pull them up if we have to do an Oxford Concise Dictionary, an Oxford normal Oxford Dictionary, and then we've also got what's called come on, the Oxford Manual of Styles. That's the fundamentals here. The Oxford Manual of Styles. This is key here, because once you know how to do what I call etymological traceback, this whole thing about these Ashkenazi Khazarians gets absolutely destroyed. So I'll open with that, and I'll yield the floor, and I'll let you finish up. But
okay, well, I just
these people are having a laugh.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I know they got to be laughing in the public's face for buying into this fake controversy. I know they got to be laughing, because this is ridiculous. So I'm gonna jump over to the etymology just real quick. 1797, denoting the major language group that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, Assyrian, etc., distinguished by trilateral verbal roots and vowels inflection. 1826, as of or pertaining to Semites, from medieval Latin Semiticus, and then going into the Spanish and the French and the German. So again, they're saying language, right?
Right.
As a noun, as the name of a linguistic family from the 1813, in non-linguistic use, it is perhaps directly from German Semitisch. In recent use, often with the specific sense Jewish, but not historically so delimited. So,
they just made that shit up recently.
Yeah, pretty much is what they're saying.
Yep. Not historically delineated, and this is why when you have the English, what I call the English Manual of Style, because I use it stuff properly, and the Oxford Concise and the Oxford Dictionary, it becomes obvious when you do etymological traceback, which we can always do if we have to do, because I kill this stuff easily, that it's not existed until recently. And that's where the trick has happened, as we know. But I'll stop there.
Right, with the reset. When they reset from black to white. And so, but when everybody else is talking about, with receipts, by the way, how it was really black / melanated, and this is no different, then all of a sudden people are being racist. But yet we have the documentation and proof, and I'm just tripping on the word that they put. So what do you mean anti-Semitic? What do you mean? I'm against the language? I'm confused. I'm confused. It means specific language.
Hey, sis.
But that's
yes, sir.
Go ahead, Sean.
If the Shemites are the chosen people, and that lineage from Japhet isn't, and that's who they are, who's the anti-Semite?
Ooh, say that again, Brother Sean. Say that again so people can catch what you said.
If they are from Japhet's line, which is not the chosen line, how can, who is it that's anti-Semitic then? Because if there's any anti toward them, then it would be anti-Japhetic, not anti-Semite,
right,
or anti-Shem. If that is the lineage of the quote unquote chosen people, then everyone that's not of that lineage is anti-Semitic because they're trying to take from them. Historically, they have taken from them according to their stories. But
yeah, see, that's the thing. It's all tied up into these religions. We're trying to be who's Shem, who's Japheth, who's Shem. They want to be Shem, but you Japheth. So to speak. You want to steal some birthrights. You want to steal some land and do all this, but be the chosen people at the same time.
Child, I can't even do
it.
Throw
all the shit out.
Yeah, that's why we keep saying all of it gotta go. I can't. I can't. I had no idea. Number one, I didn't had no idea that it's speaking of a language.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with ethnicity. And then by Oxford's own account, just flip back.
Because if you go further back, they wasn't even looking at like, oh, the race of a people to be. It was like the culture and the language you spoke told who you were.
Exactly.
Haven't many said that Hebrew is a language, not a people?
Yes,
right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Right. And they started speaking Hebrew as a country over there in about 1942, I think it was. They started teaching all of them Hebrew.
Oh, now that I didn't know. That's very late in the game, right?
Yeah, it was in the 40s, after they got the
land.
Got the land.
Mm-hmm.
And they encouraged everybody to learn the language.
Rhonda,
yes.
Can you go back to the Semitic, the etymology page?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see for the other ones, the Japhetic and like what they say.
Oh yeah, let's go to that. Child, I'm literally.
We see that it's language based.
Okay.
Because you know how they say that Ham is the Africans and Japheth was in the cold area, so they the white people in Europe, and then Shem is supposed to be, then you get to the Hebrew Israelite and all that type shit. So Japhetic, ancestral language of ancient Greek. Okay.
Yeah, so it's saying the Japhetic in reference to the presumed ancestral language of ancient Greek, Latin, and most of the modern European ones, 1730 from biblical Japheth, a son of Noah. And shout out to I'm Born here, because weren't we sitting in that lobby and you talked about this? Japheth, a son of Noah, from whom the European peoples once were popularly supposed to have descended, as Middle Eastern Semitic from Shem, African Hamitic from Ham, compare Aryan.
This is what Sugar Group knew. And I'll just say this, Revelation 2 now. No, I know thy works of tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know that the blasphemy of them say that they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan, of Saturn. Mm-hmm. This is to do with the black sun. Revelation 2, I got it straight away. Revelation 2:9. Because in the Heliotech, they know who these people really are. And this gets back to the black Saturn stuff, because as you know, with the Ashkenazi Khazarians, who they really are claiming a bloodline that they know is not there. But what they do with the adjective, this is why the adjective is so important, and a noun and designation of language and people, because if you're using the adjective which is describing word, it takes it out of the jurisdiction it would have should have been in as a proper noun. So that's why they always play the race card thing and the race issue, because it puts it as an adjective. So therefore, people are always arguing about the wrong thing. And this is why Sandra was right with what she was saying, because it's only recently, if you look at Sugar Group in the Second World War, and remember who he went against, the Ashkenazi Khazarians in his country.
Right.
And remember, to stink with them and said, "You're controlling all the money." Remember the Moon Knight, the Saturn, the money. It's all to do with the energy of the realm because they know what's going on. So when he kicked them out and he nationalized Germany, and they went through that so-called Second World War in terms of what they call is the Holocaust, then after the Second World War, what did they do? Most of them went to what's called Patagonia. Do you know where Patagonia is, sister? Okay, so Patagonia is what they call today modern Argentina. And remember, they were trying to. Yeah, this is why I'm getting into the airship maps and stuff, because obviously it was not called. It's only recently they're changing all the names. So Patagonia, where Argentina is, so obviously most of them was leaving, trying to get off the ships in Argentina, is claiming Jew as a nationality, but we know that's not, because there's no such place as Jewland. Doesn't exist.
Right.
So they are lost peoples, in it. So obviously they wouldn't let them off the boats because obviously they weren't. They knew that they weren't who they're claiming to be. So what happened after the Second World War? What happened with the United Snakes and this country here? They attacked so-called Palestine and gave them that land.
Gave them that land. So
gave them that land. And go ahead, sister.
No. So this is just a thought from my head, and this is my opinion. I think that land was given, so meaning the Palestinians' land, to, number one, establish the
Jewish state.
That fake identity.
Correct.
Yeah. They got to build it up.
They had a whole conference about it, I think, in 1937.
Correct. So they had the plan to do that, to send the Ashkenazi's there, but they were claiming a bloodline that wasn't theirs. This is why the Patagonians knew who they really were. And they say, hang on a minute, you lot are trouble causers. Wherever you go, you cause problems. That's when Sugar Grouper kicked, because remember Sugar Grouper sent some of his people out there from Germany, and they knew who they really were because of the original culture, or the Semitic culture or Sabine culture is our original culture. So what they did was they subcontinented themselves in, and then after the Second World War, claiming a lineage. Remember, not a race, a lineage, not an adjective, but a lineage that's not there by bloodline, a lineage that's not theirs. So the original culture, which is our culture, was ours. It was never theirs in the first place, and they know that. That's why when people go there, the so-called Coptic church, they go there. That's why they don't like melanated people visiting their land, because they know that it was never theirs in the first place. And again, it's still to this day, you've got no such land called Jewland, and they call themselves Jewish people, but there's no land called Jewish people. But yet they call it Israel or Isis, Ra, and El, because El is Saturn, Ra is sun, and Isis is the woman. So they
it's a hot mess. It's a hot mess.
But the principle of that is to do with the realm. It's to do with all the stuff we've been talking about the original people. But yet you use the Marsh Hex Alpha or our Hex Alpha, which is still but refers back to us, which is basically a macabre field. It's all to do with the body and your seven wheels that spin within your body. But my point is this: that the original culture of Masonry, studying mother and son, is our original culture. That's what they're sitting on. So if you look at the Hebrew language, if you look at actual language, most of it, it's symbolism, and the symbolism is all to do with knowledge of the realm. This is what they're hanging on to and trying to claim that it originated from them. It never did.
Wow.
It never started with them.
Now it's interesting. I'm looking for this picture, and shout out to Sis Renee. She posted this. See, one thing about energy, slash, if you want to say the spirit realm, whatever the case may be, when you're on your shit, it's all gonna line up. Okay. So I didn't expect for us to get this deep into this topic tonight. And sis, literally, I saw this. She had posted this. And it blew me back. Let me bring this up for y'all. And I started to put it on the community wall, but I didn't put it on the community wall because it's still inaccurate. But I just want to show y'all something. All right, so let me see. Let me refresh when it's getting to y'all. Come on, YouTube. And shout out to Sis Renee. I got this picture from Sis Renee. Okay. Ain't that, now first of all, ain't that a dark skinned Indian? Okay, but we gonna get past that.
The swastika.
What's on blood?
The swastika. It's on the flag too, you know.
So it ain't, the reason I didn't post this because it's not an ancient African symbol. Ivy, this ain't no motherfucking African. So when I tell y'all they reset this shit and switched identities and took ancient knowledge and put it on other people, this shit is some fuckery. Do you understand me? So this symbol ain't even ancient African. It ain't even ancient Asian. What this Indian doing with this on his motherfucking headdress and on his pants and clothing and all that? What the fuck is this Indian, this black Indian? Let me correct. Okay. What the fuck are they? If they don't go on with this fuck shit.
And that was way before the wars. Way before the Germans were over there in Europe.
So whoever put this out, you got some work to do. Because you got to explain to me, if it's African, how come it's on this Indian? So you literally cannot trust anything. Oh, thank you, Sis Tree. She said the swastika was used by American Indian scouts.
Yes, that's right there. Mm-hmm.
But keep in mind with that sign, that ancient Sanskrit sign. Remember, sister. Remember when I showed you? The realm and the black Saturn. Remember that one with the snake and it's locked in and it had you've seen it. I'll pull up if we have to do it at some point, but I've got it. But the issue with that is it's all to do with the energies of the realm. This is the key thing with that, and it's basically it represents 25, which is actually not 25. It's 2 + 5, which is 7, which represents the 7 days of the week, which is related to the realm. It's 2 + 5, 7. It's to do with 7 days of the week. It's all to do with the energies of the realm. So the Ashkenazi Khazarians know this. They know this, and they're aware of how the realm functions. Most of the top ends of all the religions, whether it's I, self, law, and master, whether it's governance, ordinance, departments, whichever one they want to call it, this, that, and the third, the top of the side of it, meaning the Menes Khazarian banks, the cult I'm going to refer to it as, they all know that it's all to do with the realm and the energies of the realm and the black Saturn. They all know it's about that and not all this other nonsense they're teaching the masses with adjectives and arguing about race and all this nonsense. That's all foolishness.
Exactly.
The fundamental root of it all is all to do with the realm and the black Saturn, and that's why the Kaaba with the I, self, Lord, Master, they turn that into the black Saturn. The Ashkenazis do it with the stuff that I showed you. We've been on these talks. They're into the black Saturn. The Isis Horiphan sect, which is the Jesuits, again, the black Saturn, that wheel is also that cosmological wheel again. So all the so-called real lies going on, are all tied into that black Saturn and all to do with what the hijack of the realm. And they know it, and they're hiding the truth from the masses, but we're exposing that here anyway, so they get dealt with.
Yeah, and shout out to the fam in the chat, because some are saying Shout out to Queen Ottawa. She said, because yeah, I've heard that before, that it means the four corners of the earth, the direction. Okay.
That's correct.
And you know, and I'm not disputing that, but we went into the actual technology. It's telling you the technology that is giving you this current illusion of the realm. Okay.
Yes.
That what they're calling swastika really is also the representation. And I'll give you the four corners of the earth because that makes sense, or slash the direction. But it's also representing the turning of that black sun. Okay. So those that are in those particular black sun orders has like that black sun symbol with the lightning bolts. So that's what the swastika represents. It represents the technology, i.e., what they're calling the black sun. That black sun turns and churns and gives the reflection of what we're calling the sun and the moon, and moving what we're seeing as the heavens, which is really just reflections of energy points on earth. And this symbol, this black sun symbol, represents the turning of literally that black sun, which is an electromagnetic coil. So my question is,
that cosmic wheel dome.
7 days a week. That's what.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, I was like, also as that black sun is turning, also we have the cosmic wheel that's turning to it's all the
astrological clock. Yes.
Yes.
Sis.
Yes, sir.
Also 360 degrees for 490-degree angles. That also represents the circle, which is 360 degrees. It's just a matter of transmutation, or as it has been used for terraforming. All you have to do is reverse the points, just like they turned everything upside down.
And we know they didn't they hacked into what was already here and just like installed some shit. And so they going off of what's naturally already was in the realm, what already mama is doing. Like, so that, I forgot where I was going with that thought, but yes, they hacked into that shit.
But everything has already been mapped out.
Agreed.
Because these canals, what we think are rivers, but are actually man-made canals so that they can traverse their way through the territory.
Exactly.
Because if we had giant trees and
oh, you just reminded me of something, but keep going, Brother Sean.
If we had giant trees and everything before the technology as we know it now, there was no mountains, no dead giants, none of that. There was no dome, there was no limits.
Exactly.
Then what happened to change all that?
That's a good question.
What part did we play in that?
Right.
Because none of that happens without us.
Agreed.
Once the trees were gone, it was our people who mapped out them canals and everything in conquest of other indigenous people's lands.
Mm.
That's why they say that you can connect everything together like it was all one landmass at one time. That's why the Nile and the Mississippi looks exactly alike. They were planned. They were designed.
Right.
If you could navigate one, you could navigate the other one. Look at how many different so-called rivers look exactly the same.
Right.
All throughout America.
The coastlines, even the coastlines, you know, folks are, shout out to the mud flood community, have been doing really, really good extensive research showing that how the coastlines were built up. Even some of the islands were built up and created.
And we know at one time there wasn't this much water.
Exactly. Yeah, because once they started terraforming and cutting down the trees, they, you know, just like with any quarry job, they backfill them quarries after you've excavated what you needed out of it. They backfill it with water. Okay.
They said,
that's right.
Yes, sir.
Like in a book, how does it start off? Said there was nothing but water.
Yeah, Genesis.
Genesis, yeah.
Yeah,
so
right,
that was the beginning of the mud flood right there.
That's a great point.
That was the great
water, let there be birds and sea and there.
That was the great deluge.
That was the great deluge.
Not with Noah.
Right.
That was another one.
That
was a whole
nother deluge. So what you're saying basically is at the start of Genesis, that Genesis in that Bible represents another major reset. And we are assuming that first reset was from those ancient giant trees being cut down, earth being excavated, and it being backfilled with water.
Yes.
So when they talk about let there be land, this, that, and the third, that's when they started terraforming.
Correct. So when God's doing his work, that's when he's terraforming. That's when those other beings are terraforming.
And and don't it say up in there, creating the heavens and creating the stars?
Yeah, and the worlds and the worlds of the earth.
Let there be light. Let there be dark. Separate the light from the dark. So in other words, start that motherfucking
duality consciousness.
Black sun up to reflect the sun and the moon. Exactly.
Linear time. It's the issue of linear time, where you've got a construct of time itself, which is that when the clock was being put in, the 12 hours or 24 hours in a day. That all that stuff was in that coil was into the put in. And remember, in Genesis as well, there were people that had a curse, and they were made leprous.
Exactly.
That's when we started to get that's when other beings started to come here.
So basically, exactly, Indian Carter, Genesis is the second deluge. Absolutely it is.
And then you already had creation myths that had floods in them, like Gilgamesh, Babylonian, Enuma Elish, like all of them. The same fucking story. So how many floods came through this bitch?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. So they're literally describing to you how they terraformed the planet.
You know, Walter Tinsdale, I studied him about that let there be light stuff. He's the one who added that to that Bible.
Who?
Walter Tinsdale. Walter Tinsdale. He and James had a falling out about him wanting to write the Bible before James wrote the Bible. That's the history I know.
Who, King James?
Yeah. And so he and Tinsdale had it out, and I think it was Tinsdale at that time. And he put them he put him in jail because he wanted to write the Bible himself, and James didn't want him to do it. James wanted credit for it, as far as I can recall. Mm-hmm. But Tinsdale is the one who wrote "Let There Be Light" and all those little catchphrases. I researched that years ago and found that he did that. But Brother Odel, in 2024, I was doing the research on that, and it's going to intersect. This eclipse is going to intersect in Cairo, Illinois. So even if they put, so that was like considered Little Egypt. And so I think that's what they're trying to rush for this, because that's the end of the Revelation part. Mm-hmm. Because we already got all this. Huh?
Yeah, keep going. I'll have it in a second. Keep going.
Yeah. So, Cairo is Little Egypt. And I'm going to tell you what I saw when I saw the intersection of the two X's. I saw the Confederate flag in that. And that's what my spirit picked up, because the Confederate flag is our people, not theirs, Southerners and all that kind of stuff. It's our people fighting for the land, which, by the way, was given to the Shemites, the tribes. And so at Cairo, I listened to a video on all the eclipse stuff, and this girl was saying, I wrote her name down, but she was saying that there's walls of the gods in Colorado, Utah, mm-hmm. and I think Illinois. Mm-hmm. Gardens of the gods, and they're big walls of stone, granite. It looks like red stones and everything in Utah, Colorado, and Illinois. And that place now in Cairo is deserted, absolutely deserted. And in the Civil War, this is why we lost the war, I believe. In the Civil War, they used that Cairo place right there for the Union's supply chain. So they use the Mississippi and the other river that flows through there, so they can get all their supplies to defeat us in the South. So it has a lot of spiritual meaning to us I believe, about that 24 eclipse. And also they're at that point, at the point where that thing eclipse is the Midget fault line or something, the biggest earthquake fault in the United States, and it was prophesied to split in two. They said they had that happen before here about 200 years ago, and it's supposed to happen again.
Okay, so that I got you. So I'm getting ready to
say what the meaning.
we're gonna do some thinking here, mm-hmm. because where I'd like to go, everything that they tell us, we need to turn it upside down, dissect it, mm-hmm. and you'll get the truth. So all of that eclipse and stuff, that shit don't mean a motherfucking thing to me.
Yeah, they probably making it.
Well, they are. In any time you have a black sun, and the black sun is reflecting refracted light to create the sun and the moon. How the fuck is an eclipse giving energy? What is really the question is, and it's going to be a Jeopardy moment, where is the real energy coming from?
It's coming from us.
That's one answer. That's okay. That's still not the complete. That's still not the complete answer.
Wait, what was the question? I feel like it's always the black sun when you do this.
Oh, don't tell me you've been guessing, son, Scotty, and it ain't the black sun this time. I'm saying if the black sun, because the black sun is giving us the creation of the concept of time, because the concept of time is coming from that motherfucking sun and that motherfucking moon. And that refracted light, reflection or refracted light is coming from how that electromagnetic coil, the precisions of its turns. That's where the precession of the equinox.
Equinoxes, that's what we're getting at.
Exactly. The precession of the equinox, the sun and the moon, all of that is tied to that black sun, which is technology, which is terraforming. Now, I'm going to say this again, and I know, Brother Odel, you know, so you're excluded from this question. I know you know. Where is the real energy power coming from?
Ley lines?
Oh, the water.
Bingo. The ley line. Yes!
The packing construct.
Exactly. It's coming from the ley line. Absolutely. What are the ley lines for the Jeopardy bonus? What are the ley lines?
Energy grid for the planet.
Uh-huh. Very good. Give me a little bit more specifics.
Come on, Sandra, you doing well.
Huh?
You almost there.
You doing well, Sandra.
Ding.
I yield the floor.
Ding, ding.
No, it's the energy ley lines from the planet, the grid lines.
We know that. We got you. But they're specifically, what were those ley lines tied to?
What's tied to?
Yep, somebody got it in the chat.
Oh, the ancient true roots.
Think about Avatar.
Think Avatar.
The crystals.
Where did the crystals come from?
The people.
That's your final answer. The ancient trees.
Thank you, Sandra. You got there.
So I'm going to say this again. This is why I don't give a fuck about no sun, why I don't give a fuck about no moon, why I don't worship either one. This is why there's so much sun worship going around the planet. Because you are worshiping essentially the technology of the terraforming. Okay?
Yes.
The original organic power of the planet are the ley lines, which were the ancient roots from the ancient trees.
And those trees were formed by the wombs of the female Yanas that came here billions of years ago. Ding dong.
Okay? Now, speaking of this, see, the energy moves. See, when you're trying to do the right thing by the planet, you know, the planet and the ancestors are going to work with you. Because when we were at Sheeha, Alabama, and we were at that highest point, because we had to walk up there were these stones all over, okay? And I mean, I know I was struggling walking the fuck through there. So shout out to the men. They helped us. We had to climb up shit and all of that. So shout out to the brothers for being gentlemen, for helping us navigate through that. But I was noticing, I'm looking at the stones. Okay. So I decided to get back because I'm like, this particular high point Something was here. Where are these stones? Now, y'all, people that know me, you know the first thing that came to my mind. Like, it's only one or two possibilities. Either it was a structure built on this, or this was an ancient tree. Okay?
And it's petrified. I'm thinking.
Right.
Something being petrified. Keep going, sister.
So, I goes and looks up Shiha. Now I'm gonna be pissed if I can't find exactly what I want to find. So that was the da on here to prove my point. Let me just bring up what I see, and then hopefully it'll because I know I saw it. My point. I'm gonna be pissed if I don't see my point. And then I get off the air, I see my point. All right. So Shiha Mountain, it's just giving you the highest point, this, that, and the third. Okay, this is what I wanted. Yep, it's here. Shiha Mountain is a part of the Talladega Mountains, a final southern segment of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Okay, Appalachians, whatever. The mountain is the highest point in the eastern portion of the Sun Belt, east of the Mississippi River, south of Interstate 20, and north of the Gulf of Mexico. Geologically, it is composed of weakly metamorphs, sandstones, and conglomerates to the Shiha quartzites. So I'm saying all that to say I was looking at the rocks. I always look at the rocks. I always look at the structure of what they're calling mountains, because I understand it's either those mountains are either one or two things. Was either a structure there, or that's a remnant of an ancient tree. So immediately when I think of quartzite, I'm like, what? Quartzite was originally a pure quartz sandstone. So now this is just my opinion, and those of us that walk that, y'all can see here, this is what we were seeing, right? The pink, we were seeing them both, really. We were seeing the darker ones, and then the ones with the color, the pinkish color, pinkish red, were absolutely beautiful. Really, 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 really pretty. And I saw one, I'm like, shit, I can pick this motherfucker up personally and get a table made into it. It was really, really just that pretty. Okay. We do know that, if you all are following, there are no forests. Go check out that documentary on YouTube. I highly, highly recommend it. It originally was done by a Russian cat, but it's been since people have translated it into English. So y'all know what I'm talking about. How the crystals and all of that jazz were really connected to those ancient trees that were cut down. Okay. Mm-hmm. So anytime I see them talking about anything with some quartz and crystals, okay, because quartz really is a form of crystals. And it tells you right here, quartzite has been used since prehistoric time for stone tools, and a source of silica. So they just proved my motherfucking point, because the ancient trees were silica. Mm-hmm. So anytime I see them talk about quartz, crystals, silica, I automatically know that's ancient tree remnants.
Yeah.
Okay. So literally, when we were in Alabama, now this is my opinion, I'm just basing on what I seen on the ground and what these people sitting up here talking about. Okay. We were standing on top of an ancient tree. Okay. Because silica, that's what the ancient trees were made out of. And I pulled the silica, my silica crystal for you all before. Okay. All right. And y'all even see up here, it was saying quartz site, Arizona. Because remember, I was telling y'all, in my opinion, even all of that, those mountains, all of that stuff in Arizona, all of that's just, even the Grand Canyon, all of that are remnants of the ancient trees. So what we're telling you is that the deluge, I'm going to circle this back around. It's always a method to my madness. And no, I didn't expect to talk about this tonight, but Spirit Realm said, oh, yes, the fuck you are. You fencing to talk about it tonight. Circle it back to that Bible. When they, in that Bible, they start with Genesis, with all of that water and all of that. That was after they had cut down all of those ancient trees.
Yeah.
And all they have done is taking because the ancient trees represented the planet's body system, nervous system, all of that. Okay? That's what the ley lines are. You could say Mother Earth's veins.
Yeah.
And organs and all of that jazz. Okay? So when they cut that down, those ancient trees down, okay? That's why some of the mountains, that shit is straight the fuck across. Because it was cut down. Or some of them you see with the ridges, the tree fell down because that ley line system is connected just like your motherfucking veins. Okay? Same concept. So not only were the ancient trees cut down, but even the like the veins itself, or the tree root system. So when I'm talking about veins, I'm talking about the tree root system, were excavated. Okay? And that's where you get the crystals, you know, the diamonds and all of the precious metals and all of that jazz. Okay? That was dug out, and not all of it, because we do know that we still have crystals and diamonds and all of that and precious metals in the ground. We still know we have that. But all of that stuff was Earth's natural energy grid system. So all they did was what they didn't excavate, they left enough because they had to leave enough as an energy source for the realm. And when they started terraforming and instituted that black sun, which is an electromagnetic coil, it's technology, it's an electromagnetic coil. They set it on top of the natural ley lines, which were the ancient tree roots.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
And they spun it. Yeah. That's right. They spun it. That's why I refer to the Metatronics and the 55 harmonic that they spun it on. And that black Saturn, that's what it spins on, that the Metatronics and the 55 harmonic. And the beings, some on Nibiru, the other beings, they're the ones. And what they've done is in caverns in Mexico and some other caverns around the world, there's certain caverns where the where the trees was originally, where some of the roots of the trees. What they've done is they've put certain crystals and certain black Saturn stuff, and what they've done is they've put those crystals they've put in there use that 55 harmonic, and that's what projects what we're seeing on the realm. So when they put the hijacking, they also had to put the technology in the Earth's system. So there's certain covers in Mexico, there's some in Africa, there's certain covers all over the place actually, where they put certain crystal, certain grids in place that sit on the roots of those trees.
Right. So Brother Odel is talking about those crystal caves. Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, crystal caves, and we know we have some phenomenal crystal caves in Mexico.
Right.
Okay, because remember, crystals are conductors of energy. So it would make sense for them to sit that electromagnetic coil on top of the ley line / crystals, spin that motherfucker up and tune it to the frequency that they wanted. And it's hitting the crystals and retuning the crystals to that frequency. And it's going around the planet. Okay. So again, when they talk about in Genesis, shit being with all of the water, let there be light, this, that, and the third, they are describing creating the realm that we know today, but creating it from a deluge standpoint, because the original organic naturalness of the planet was destroyed. So what we see today is not even originally what the planet even looked like. So when Brother Sean was talking about earlier that all of it is terraform, the rivers, the coastline, because even the rivers and stuff, if you're excavating and they're digging up them tree roots and that you're backfilling it with water, that's how some of the rivers were formed. Okay. So our ancestors, now I don't know if they knew the before deluge story. I'm assuming they did, because all ancient cultures have, at a minimum, oral history speaking on the ancient trees and a war. All of the ancient cultures speak on that. Okay, so I don't know if our ancestors understood that war that was fought and lost, if our ancestors understood that what we see today is based on ancient technology. Okay, now I'm gonna be this just Rhonda being a conspiracy theorist. This is my opinion. That particular black sun is also tied to like a computer. It's like that's how they're creating a simulation.
Computer. It's AI.
Yeah, it is AI.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Damn, Brother Sean, let me give you a bomb on that.
You know, back in ancient days, down in Mexico, they had computers because those crystal skulls were considered computers. You know, the 13 crystal skulls.
Right. And they show like computers on ancient carvings and stuff. Yeah. So all of that, to me, now this is just Rhonda's opinion, that's where the simulation comes from. And they show you this in movies. Shout out to Sis Divinity that got me put on the dome. They showed you how that entire motherfucking dome, how they could simulate an environment. They were telling you in that series, The Dome, they were telling you how the terraform worked. They were literally telling you that. They showed you how when they put that motherfucking dome on there, how the climate changed. They showed you how they can project stuff out of that, off of that dome, made it look like it was a nuclear attack happening, and it was all a simulation. Okay, So in my opinion, now this is just Rhonda's opinion with my tinfoil hat moment on, that's how they're running the fucking simulation. That's how they're running it. Concept of time, all of that shit is fake. So my question is, not only is it fake, but computer programs, if you know the language, you can rewrite this shit the way you want to rewrite it. You can create what the fuck you want to create. Now this is Rhonda's opinion again. That's why you have all of these ancient symbols. The ancient symbols are the computer code. Now this is just Rhonda. The ancient symbols and sigils. Thank you, son Scotty. The symbols / sigils are those ancient sigils / symbols. They're literally, fam, the computer code to the matrix. And if you know how to work them, you can create / manifest stuff within this AI simulation / computer game.
Same thing go for all the Stargate portals. Yeah, same thing. You know, I always talk about my show Stargate. They have the same symbols, sigils, coordinates, whatever you want to call them, that you got to line up and, you know, get them in a certain order or whatnot. That's going to open up this portal, wormhole, whatever, artificial mercury, but all this type of shit with the realm.
That's correct. You've got two sets. The original Stargate technology, or the original arrow sites with the female Yana set up billions of years ago, when they first came in. That's linked back to the Great Ladder Cave, right back to the universe of creation to start this whole thing off. That's actually still beyond the realm. That's still actually there. But the stuff that they're using in the beings that came here and went to Draco and Naki and putting that tech, it's them who use what's called the 55 harmonic. It's them that use the Mechatronics. They're using the wormhole technology, which is not original to the realm. The Stargate technology that the female Yanas use, that's original to the world. The reverse engineered stuff, the wormhole technology, that's what the other beings use. So that's the difference between the two of them. One of them's original, the other one's not.
Exactly.
The other one's back to the great creator, and there's natural creations that happen within greater cycles, which is what we're going through right now. That Asha and Nadine talks about this as well, where these great cycles where more certain energies come to the realm and it starts to shift, and there's a natural way that happens when the macabre grids the flick. The thing about the Mechatronics is that it looks similar, but the things are all reversed, and it has no natural way to spark itself. It has to rely on ciphering or stealing energy in order to keep itself going. Whereas the ones that are naturally set up and naturally linked back to create, and they've got a way of recycling themselves and having natural creation where new things happen. That's the difference between the two of them. So one of them is natural to the realm, the other one isn't.
Exactly. And that dome cuts you off from source.
Yes.
It cuts you off from source. That
black wheel. Yeah, that's what I'm showing me. That just stuff. Do you see, sister? When I showed that the soul's being recycled in, when it hits the dome, it comes back down again and being recycled in. Because again, you're not getting the original source. You're being ciphered like a battery, like Duracell, like copper, like melanin. You're being ciphered off because of how the technology functions. You're being fed off. Just like you showed in the Matrix. It's just like the Matrix, fam.
Exactly.
Matrix is Latin for womb. It's a womb of this fake reality, this fake realm of set up. But go ahead, sister.
No, very, very well said, Brother Odell. So when we keep these concepts up about religion, when we keep these concepts up about a time, when we keep these concepts up about getting energy from a spiritual perspective from the sun and the moon, I hope that what you're getting out of this is that that's still not the natural stuff. That's not the source. That is the terraform stuff. And not only that, it is still part of their AI simulation. And like we've been telling you, with this huge reset in this age of Aquarius, all they're trying to do is upgrade their technology. So think of it, you video game players, shit, I don't know it, y'all, so I can't name it. So going from one
PS4,
version of
PS5.
Yeah, PS4, PS5. Okay, that's all they're trying to do. That's still not naturally organic to the planet. Okay, that is why you have to understand that and only concentrate on tapping into the true natural source. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
You know, I was got a phone call, and it was a kind of conference call from one of the Moors, and he had run across who Paul, the apostle, was, and I said, "Yeah, I know who he is." So I told him. He said, "You know that already?" I said, "Yeah." So what he also found out is that, and I found out that the frequency of these catechisms that the these religions use, the harmonics, the frequency, and the amount of people are saying these things are using magic to maintain this realm. So they do that with the book of Psalms. Psalms is a spell book, and it has frequency to the words.
There you go.
Yeah, if lots of people say it at the same time all the time, at the same time all the time, repeat it over again and over again. You can break a dome. You can break a dome with sound. Because sound breaks glass. And see, a lot of these religions are using repetitive sounds to maintain their frequency on this planet.
Right. Hold that thought, because I got an update on that. So the other thing is, I saw where now they trying to, as Brother Sean say. Brother Sean, I'm born here. It takes him out too when you say that, it just takes us out. It just brings back so many memories. I know it reminds me of, my family member, the men, just be talking with that I don't know who the fuck first came up with but it takes me out every time. So they saying that they fencing up, put a man back on the moon, and I'm like, you know what?
No, they say Mars this time for Trump.
No, they just came out this week saying goddamn, somebody took off to go to the motherfucking moon. It's that and the third.
The Artemis.
So the Artemis.
That's right. Yes, just to keep going.
Yeah, they make my ass itch. But anyhow,
niggas look like fools, huh? That we don't know
so
better.
Again, I'm minding my business, and somebody had posted a pic, and I used to go back and forth with this brother, and I guess he got so tired of me, because I'm like, you got to prove what you say, because he's like, oh, I'm so scientific. He bring that scientific shit, and I spank that ass every time, so he know not to bring me the foolery, because I'm going to spank that ass. But anyhow, this is his pic that he posted regarding this Artemis situation. So now, this is the Artemis taking off. Why the fuck is this shit curving?
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Yes, because we can only go to the low Earth orbit. And, that might just be the only trajectory that you can go.
Exactly. So if we supposed to be able to go up in the sun and the moon are, millions of miles away, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, and there is space. So when you shoot something in the sky, why ain't that shit going straight up? And we catch them in this every time they go, when they claiming they sending something into space. This is the motherfucking picture that we go.
About a 45.
But see, it's on the other side of the planet. The quickest route is to go all the way on the other side, go down to the bottom of the planet, and go down, and that's up.
Oh, that's the explanation they giving for this shit curving.
Yeah, because I mean they got to go out a particular window. You know, the timing got to be right because they got to get to the Van Allen belt and
supposedly the curve is to get the enough velocity, like Brother Sean said, to get through the Van Allen belt and all these other things that
See, that's why I be scratching on a regular motherfucking basis. They set off my allergies. So you means to tell me that to go up, they got a curve and go down to do, you say what now?
Yeah, because they got to catch the right slipstream in order to get to the Van Allen belt. And, you know, all those meteors and everything you got to get to. You know.
Okay, so fuck what my eyes are seeing. Just fuck what my eyes are seeing, that they shot this shit up in the sky. And it's only so far that they could go, and now it's going on the decline. So fuck what my eyes are seeing, basically, right?
But it's going up when you're on the other side of the planet, when you're on the bottom of the globe.
Oh, but we have no documented footage of that, though, right?
Yeah, when it's going up.
I need the documented footage.
That's it right there.
And they dropped their thrusters.
But that ain't going up, though. That shit is going down.
But if you're on the other side, it's going up.
Oh, okay.
Now picture the globe. Now, if you're on that side of the earth where it's going down at, then it's going up.
You know what?
And you got to picture yourself on the globe, though.
You know what? See, when somebody stand in your face and lie like that just be like a nigga, like, nigga, I saw you with the bit. But that wasn't me. Motherfucker, that was you. That wasn't me. That's the outfit that I bought you for Christmas. Nigga, that was you. That wasn't me. You know what? Now I'm finna catch a motherfucking case. So you trying to tell me what my eyes seeing, what my eyes instincted did, I'm a damn lie. And that's what you trying to tell me.
Also, it's like two separate parts of the rocket. Like the first stage, like that's another explanation that you see in the first stage, which it propels the second stage up. You see in the first stage come back down because a lot of them recover the first stage. You know, when you see them like it launch back down into like the Atlantic Ocean on a splash pad or something.
Right, when it breaks up.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't that still going down though? It's like, nigga, I still see you with this bitch. So what you now?
But
you
that's
what?
that's only when you on the top part.
Right, we never see.
You got to picture yourself on the globe
with the fairing halves.
And see, that's why I'm gonna start swinging. That's when I start swinging. I'll be like, okay, see, now I'm finna catch a motherfucking case. Cause see, you playing with my motherfucking intelligence. Nigga, I didn't try to snap this picture of you. Here's the motherfucking evidence. You gonna sit up here and tell me this ain't you.
Not on the other side of the globe, it ain't.
Swing. Oh, okay, then. Okay. Okay. Just straight foolishness. Straight foolishness. All of these explanations they gotta make, cause you know, first they went to the moon, what was it, 65? But the year before, a scientist said they can't go to the moon because the moon ain't nothing but plasma. Okay, and I played that video before, and they gonna tell me I didn't have authorization to play the motherfucker, so I can't even play the little video for you. When the little man said that before, I think he said it in 63. The little scientist man. So they tell you they went in 65. And then when we asked why we ain't been back, okay, and then if you go back and look at 65, that cheap ass looking material, okay, and when we ask, well, why ain't y'all funky ass been back up there? Oh, we don't have the technology to do it. Wait a minute, you had the technology in 65, but you're trying to tell me you don't have it now. Then they came out and said, well, they can't do it because they couldn't get through the Western Face Belt. Okay, well then how the fuck you get through the Western Face Belt the first time? Now all of a sudden you can get through the Western Face Belt, but you got to take off to go down to go back up. Oh, okay then. They're lying. Nothing that they're telling you by the way the realm is made up, this outer space shit, what the sun really is, what the moon really is, what the stars really is, what the concept of time really is, what really drives the true energy and power of the planet. They're fucking lying.
Hey, you know, I remember Enlil said that kind of story too when he was trying to escape from Nibiru because he killed that dude. That's the same thing he said, that he had to get through the Van Allen belt. Remember that?
Yeah, so that was a hijack too, because there is no Van Allen belt to get through. Not from no outer space like they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if it was out, meaning outside of this dome that we're under, that he had to fight through some shit, okay, I give you that, but that's not up. Okay? So they're just lying like they normally do. Lie, 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 lie. So the ancient symbols, in my opinion, that they are using, it's really just the computer codes to their computer system / AI / matrix. That's all it is. That's why, you know, the numbers 11, the number 22, and all those are raw computer codes to create within the simulation.
Yep, it's duality consciousness 101010, because the fundamentals are all in place. They just use the fundamentals of duality consciousness there. So meaning that there'd be like that there'd be dark, it's duality consciousness. So instead of being whole, which is what Sean talks about, I agree with him, you've got the split. And the split is the 101010. So it sits on the fundamentals, but once you know what the fundamentals are and the rules to the game, you can play the game. Most people don't know the rules to the game.
Exactly. Can you say that again, Brother Odel? Once you know the fundamentals.
Yeah, once you know the fundamentals of how they get and the rules of how the realm functions, the 10, the 10. Once you know the rules to the game, you can now play it properly, because they have to use the original energy, which is referred to the feminine energy or the divine energy, which is the 0. They have to use the original energy in order to create everything else from that. So that once you know the rules to the game, you can play it properly. Most people are just not taught the rules.
They're not taught the rules. Okay. And when you all are thinking they have us so dumbed down, you're thinking you're going to find the rules in paperwork. You're thinking you're going to find the rules in books, and they're putting the rules right in front of your fucking face with these ancient symbols. Those ancient symbols are computer codes. Now, I could be wrong, but I highly fucking doubt it. They are the computer codes to this matrix.
As 6.
Yes, sir.
We have to realize that we are the original architects of a matrix program.
Mm-hmm.
Our program has been hijacked. If we're pure energy, no form that we've taken, whether it was giant or anything else is the truth of who we are. We created this simulation for certain experiences for us. Some cut deals.
It's a fucked up experiment, but keep going.
It became fucked up when
I agree.
some accepted and introduced a foreign program.
It was hijacked. It was
somebody had to cut a deal in order to teach them how to get into mama's mainframe.
Exactly.
Somebody had to teach them.
Right. Somebody had to teach them. Exactly.
So somebody cut a deal.
Hacked. It was hacked.
And what they're using as a power source is us. The ley lines that we put into mama, that was just to recirculate the energy.
Agreed.
That's how we gave her life.
Agreed.
And they've tapped into all of that. We are the eternal source. That's why they need our consent in order for any of their programs to continue to exist.
God damn it, come on. Say it again.
They need our consent in order for any of their programs to run, because we are the only viable power source, period.
Let me get that explosion.
And the duality came with the 0 and the 1.
Absolutely.
As I said before, in wholeness, you're pulling the 1 back into the 0, and you have a power button. You're in control of the reset. You can turn this shit off. It ain't a matter of waiting for them to turn that off. You can turn it off and reset it back to the parameters that you want in place.
Absolutely.
Because it's all a simulation. We got to have fun some motherfucking where. And at some point, we got to quit giving our shit away.
Absolutely.
When we manifested ourselves here as physical beings, we loved everybody and everything, and still do to this day.
Yep, still
regardless to what motherfuckers do to us. We just love every goddamn body. And it's not actually because we're dumb. It's because we're that goddamn powerful and know that the motherfucker really can't do shit to you. So you just lay around, half sleep, not worried about it. It's like when you laying there dozing off one of the children picking with your ears or picking with you or something. You ain't worried about that. You still wind up snoring.
Catching some Z's. Exactly. Exactly.
Same shit. Morris keeps saying that we went to sleep and left it over to them. This, that, and that. I mean, parents fall asleep all the time and children do shit.
They do.
You wake up, you spank a little ass, but then you clean the shit back up and you get your house back in order.
Exactly. And my whole thing is, even when you're asleep, now, and I'm not like a natural parent. I'm just the auntie and adopted mom. When you have babies around, even if you doze off, your consciousness is still running. Mm-hmm. And I can feel when I wake straight up, come here, when you go,
exactly. That
bring your ass here. God damn it, I know you're doing something. Come here. Shit.
You're too quiet.
Exactly, you too quiet. And you come in there and they diapered and got in the motherfucking sugar, the flour, the this, to that. So you ain't finna mess up too much stuff. Like, matter of fact, come on, let me wash you up and your ass, you finna lay the fuck down with me. Shit.
Hey, Brother Sean, Romans 11:25 says exactly that. That's what it says. That my people are partially asleep, but when my people will wake up fully, then the fullness of the Gentiles have come. That's what it says.
So, fam, when we're talking to you all about waking up, which, you know, a portion of us are. And to be honest, like I didn't took and told y'all, that's all we need. All right. All of it has to go. All of it. That's why I have been telling y'all for years, you have to get into being a creator.
Right.
Because you don't need any of it. Build something new. Be a creator. Be an architect. That's what you are. All of it have to go. Now.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Since you mentioned mushrooms earlier.
Shrooms, yeah. Shit, I'm kind of scared to fuck with them shrooms, child. But keep going, Brother Sean.
They're tied to the root network. They are as ancient as the trees. And that's why people can't deal with them when they do it improperly.
That makes sense.
It's too much, too many downloads. You getting information right from the source. Those downloads can be overwhelming. It's nothing. Sense. It's nothing to play with. It's nothing you do recreationally. You do it with intention.
Agreed.
And you have to be willing to submit and listen. Truths will be revealed to you. It's just a matter of whether or not you can handle the truth.
Right.
Which most people can't.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers be going through multiple dark nights of the souls, tripping balls.
Yeah, and the only motherfucker they tripping on is they goddamn self.
Right, it's yourself.
Because they failed to embrace that side of self. Everybody's worried about getting caught up in the light. If everything began with darkness and the ethers and this, that, or the other, why is everybody afraid of shadow work? Why is everybody afraid of the darkness? That's the thing that they are afraid of. That's why they talk in love, peace, and light. And we know that there's a false light associated with them. It's that darkness that you fear. It's the same darkness they fear, but you shouldn't have to fear because it's you. You are chaos. You are the purest chaos. Quit being scared of yourself.
Agreed on that.
Agreed on that.
No. Very good drop tonight, fam. We didn't plan this shit. I'm planning to get this deep into it, but it needed to be, I guess, the energy said, oh yeah, you will get into this. Okay, not done. I'm minding my business. So a news story comes across, and I gotta pull up the news story, fam. That there's shout out to people in New York, y'all. This finna be familiar to y'all. It was saying that a mysterious sound, humming sound, is being heard in Fort Greene. Right? This is out of New York. All right, so let me bring this up so we can see this. And child, they know they be on their commercials. Oh, wait, I want y'all to see it too. So let me pause. Wait a minute. Because I want it to be recorded on Zoom. So hold on a second, fam. All right. Okay. Got to start making sure I get all of it. All right. So this is off of the local CBS New York. Local news, CBS New York. I just saw it show up on, I think it was on one of the major news stations this morning. But apparently it happened last week. Mysterious humming sound in Fort Greene. So here we go. Oops.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's maddening, it's unsettling, and
shit.
Mysterious sound heard through parts of Fort Greene, Brooklyn has been driving some people, we are told, crazy.
Yeah, it's maddening, it's unsettling, and it's also just this mystery because nobody seems to know what is causing this strange humming sound. CBS 2's Kevin Rincon gives us a listen.
It's profoundly annoying.
As you hear the noise, it's hard to make out what it is.
It sounds like somebody putting their finger on a glass cup and running it around the top of the cup.
It sounds very much like a resonance, a harmonic resonance, like if you can picture someone rubbing the top of a crystal glass or a tuning fork.
So, I was like, I know they fucking lying. Did he say sounds like a harmonic sound? I saw they fucking with me, but let me just continue.
What does that sound? Mo Hussein, he took video walking home one night. He's noticed the sound for over a year.
I liken it to like some sort of alien invasion. As you're walking around, even in the middle of the night, you hear this hum off in the background and you wonder what could that be?
You know, I thought about that. And they're only landing in the middle of the night.
For Adrena Banks, her theory, it's construction related, but admits it could be anything.
It's just this consistent humming that doesn't seem to go away and goes on for hours. It's so piercing that it keeps you up.
Neighbors called 311, but when the city's Department of Environmental Protection showed up, the sound had stopped. We reached out to the DEP several times on Thursday, and they now say they plan to return to try and find the source of the nuisance.
As soon as you think, okay, well, now I've gotten used to it, now I'm ready to live my life with this noise, then it goes away. And you're like, oh, that's great, and then it comes back.
The timing of it makes me sort of believe that, at times anyway, makes me sort of believe that there's some sort of equipment being run, and they sort of try to turn it off and on in ways that don't disrupt people.
Some residents, they've turned to online forums to mark when the noise starts and stops, but tracking it isn't easy.
Like bass notes they disperse easily, but they're hard to pinpoint. And this sound has that quality of like, ooh, that's really hard to locate.
It's not just loss of sleep or an inconvenience. There are plenty of people here concerned that this could have larger psychological impacts, which is why they're hoping speaking out could help bring them some peace and quiet. In Fort Greene, Kevin Rincon, CBS 2 News.
All right, fam. So here's my theory. All right. That's them tuning the planet. That's just my theory. That is them using their technology because we are in a reset, a major reset. And as I said before, they're upgrading their technology. I think we used the example from PS4 to PS5. In my opinion, that is them tuning. Now, what gave me that idea was Westworld. They fucking showed you in Westworld of them with them towers and how they use those towers to resonate a frequency. And that frequency impacted the quote, quote, robots or the people. They were showing you in Westworld how they reset shit. They were showing you in Westworld how they created this entire AI. So to me, in my opinion, and that is not the first place. That New York story is not the first place that we heard talking about that type of sound that the folks have been hearing. I was just blown away that people picked up that it sounded like some type of tuning, like the singing bowls. All right. Now I was just talking to Sis Divinity a couple days ago, and we got on this very topic. And I said, you know what, sis? I don't know why it came to me. I'm assuming, it was a download. And something told me, stop accepting the frequency with the ringing in the ear. Don't accept that shit anymore. Don't accept it because you're tuning in to that false ley line. You're tuning in to their technology, to their black sun. So y'all know what I'm talking about when you get the ringing in your left ear. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, whoa, I bet that's what the fuck it is. I bet that's what the ringing in the ear is. That is the frequency being emitted from their technology. I said, okay. So as soon as that motherfucker start, I said, I don't consent to any of this. I don't consent to being tuned to your technology. That motherfucker stop. And Sister Vinny
and you know
said, what? I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. You finish.
So Sister Vinity said, what? And right then, her fucking ears started ringing. And she did it. She said, oh my God. She said, I don't consent to it. And she said, oh my God, it stopped. I said, okay, you the second person. Prove my fucking point. So we just talked about that. I think it was Monday. Yeah, we just talked about that Monday. And then here this story comes out with this mysterious humming sound that sounds like a tuning singing bowl. So they have been tuning folks' consciousness to their fucking frequency, the false frequency that keeps the vibration at a certain point, that keeps most of the populace from, number one, understanding the ancient computer code symbols, to, if you gonna stay in this quote, quote, AI simulation, for you to understand how to navigate it to create, and to even go beyond that to understand that all of that's even fake and you're even greater than that. And you have the ability to wipe all of that shit out. And you don't even have to, even if you don't want to build anything else, wipe the shit out, go back natural, or build something. And again, shout out to Westworld, the creators of Westworld, because that's what the fuck you was telling us. You was telling us that all of it has been terraformed. You was telling us that it's all a fucking simulation. Okay? All right. So shit, I ain't expect to go over all of that tonight. No coincidence at all, sis, because you and I had just talked about that Monday. And then I saw this news story yesterday. I said, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, thank you, universe. Thank you for dropping that in my lap. Proving the point. Okay? So this is serious business, fam. It's really, really serious business. When we talk about creating, when we talk about doing things differently, it's even deeper than, just the basic stuff that we're talking about. But that's how powerful you are. None of this shit, this fuckery, none of that. Even the environment, even the air that we breathe, all of it is a simulation.
Scotty got kicked out.
Oh, okay. Let me let him back in. Did he come in yet? Yep, I see him. Yeah, so all of it is a simulation. Sis Sandra, you should be able to unmute yourself, but I will, just in case you can't do it. You have the ability to unmute.
I tried. It didn't do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm back.
Okay.
No, because I wanted to add on to that because I was just talking about this because I work in telecommunications and we were talking about like satellites and how easily it is to go from like, you know, changing the frequency to do something harmful to do something helpful. And the frequency wars that we are in, how like everything we talk about, like, you know, like the realm and, you know, our vibrations and all this stuff. And I think a lot of times that like goes over a lot of people's head about like the frequency and the manipulation and the, how you say, the being tuned to a certain frequency. And then that was making me think of, you know, the era that we just came out of, the sea age, and you know how people took the recipe and people was like, no, like how, what's the point of it? How do you activate that? And then it was talks of like, oh, the nanotechnology being activated by frequency. And so the tuning of these, you know, modified people comes into play with how they manipulate these frequencies in the realm. So it's more than just like, oh, let me get your you know, spiritual soul body harnessing that energy. It's also the biological warfare of it.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. It's deep.
So I just wonder how many of these, like it just seems strange that like all these sightings or hearings of like these frequencies, these tones, and it's like how many of these are just like tests that's being run? Because we know they run these psyop tests in the background just to test out their technology without like telling the public, and you know, them putting it on the news is part of the test.
Right, and it's part of disclosure. Let's be fucking clear.
Yes.
It's part of disclosure. That's why they purposely said harmonic sound, harmonic tuning. That's your disclosure. They're telling you that they're sending a frequency across this planet, tuning. Now, remember, I said my theory was that they had to upgrade that black sun technology, okay? And that's what this whole reset / Age of Aquarius is about, okay? Because the planet's natural ley lines and the universe's natural ley lines and energy has gotten stronger. And so it's and our consciousness is getting stronger. Okay. So their old technology, that signal that they're putting out, and those that seen Westworld, you know what I'm talking about. That's the frequency signal that they send out from those towers is unable to keep the frequency that they're used to in order for them to control everything. And with control also means to tune your consciousness to that frequency. Okay. So they're upgrading. They are upgrading. And with that upgrade, they're testing. They're testing to try to bring this shit online.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Think about it like the the radio stations back in the day when you turned in the knob and you got that static in between stations and you had to get it right on the sweet spot in order for the radio station to be in clear.
Yep.
That's true.
That's what it's like.
Absolutely.
And then also with the TVs, remember back in the day when the antenna was broke and you had to sit up there and go hold it.
Right. And if you're not energy and frequency, why when you touch that motherfucker, it worked?
Right.
And then remember, we had to go get some aluminum foil and put on that bitch to make it work. But you know,
Yeah. But it worked as long as you were excited about seeing that program too. If it was something you ain't want to see or you was tired, then it started messing up. And then that's when you get trouble. Well, go to your room then. You come over here. It's your turn to hold the goddamn antenna.
Because I would get conveniently tired doing Westerns. You know, it's my dad and grandfather with them goddamn Westerns. And I mean, but yeah, all of that part.
It's still all just frequency. And the thing is, if your DNA is changing and you're returning to a crystalline state, you're vibrating at a totally different frequency that their technology can't keep up with.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you have to consent to playing with the lesser technology. You have to tune into their stations. They hope that you become distracted enough to continue to tune into their stations instead of tuning into a whole new goddamn station.
Yeah.
That's created by you.
Yep.
All the content is by and for you.
For you. Without them having access to it. Motherfucker, fuck you.
Exactly. They don't have a subscription.
Right. You don't, and you can't buy one. You can't buy one because the world that we have created, we don't have bitch ass infiltrators in that. Okay? So I don't care just because you look like me, you know, we share the same culture. We share the same skin tone. If you a sellout, and if you're willing to cut deals and have people buy subscriptions, motherfucker, you ain't in it either.
Got to go.
You not in it either. Why don't you take your DNA and you and the infiltrators, y'all go create your own motherfucking shit. Oh, you can't. You need us. Well, motherfucker, that's not my problem. Go on and get on that. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Odel?
You see the land of milk and honey.
Exactly. Okay, so this shit is deep, fam. There's many layers to it. None of this is an accident where, you know, like-minded people are coming together, really, really digging into the true history, your true ancestral roots. You cycle back to this realm because why else the fuck would you cycle back to this realm with this knowledge that you have now unless you were going to put in work?
You're part of it.
You're part of it, absolutely. You agreed to come back and set it straight. Okay? And more than likely, a lot of us are those ancient ancestors, if not all of us. We are those ancient ancestors. We see the mistakes that we made. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, I was just quoting the movie Guardian of the Galaxy.
Exactly.
How we like this realm, everybody want to be here, like come here, all these different entities that don't belong here, trying to stay here, trying to manipulate here to stay here, trying to use us to stay here. It's like, get the fuck out.
Exactly. And only we can do that. So that's literally like, you know, people coming to Big Mama's house and they done took Big Mama's house over, then slapped around Big Mama, then beat up her motherfucking grandbabies, great-grandbabies, children, all of that. And then some of her sons betrayed her, and some of her daughters too. Betrayed her, and you let the niggas in the front door to do it. That's on every level, fam, that this shit happened. On the physical level, and it happened on the spiritual level. So now you have those of us that have come back, and I am assuming that was in them ancient fights and shutting the shit down. That's why you have to be clear. You have to be clear in your purpose. You have to be clear with your intentions. I'm not fucking around cutting a deal with a motherfucking thing. I don't cut deals on some shit that's mine. By blood right and bloodline. I don't cut deals. You ain't got shit to give me. But a hard ass time, poverty, and slavery. And we done been the fuck through that. Not interested.
Captivity, everything.
Mm-hmm. Those times are done, fam. That's what I'm saying. That times are done. That this thing is crumbling, right? I agree with sisters. This thing is crumbling right now. They know it.
They've got
a script that they're playing out, and me and sister have spoken offline, and some of the stuff, the imagery I've shown us that just can't be in the public. But it's as simple as this. In regards to these people being here, they're only here because I agree with Shavlis, because we're allowing them to be here, and even that window now is the one that's closing, and they know that that's closing. This is why they're ramping up the pure chaos, because that's what they have to do. Everything's ruled by consent, and it's fear-based. So, they're ramping it all up, everybody's screaming in pure chaos, all the distractions, running around all over the place. And yet, the greatest cusp of this, of something that's unique, that's happening, is right with us. And that's why they're so desperate, throwing the distractions in play, because they know that their time is up, fam. They know their time is literally it's up. They're scared of it. They're scared. They're questioning now their existence with what's going on right now. Their whole existence, and that's why they're behaving the way they're behaving. That's why they behave out of fear and trauma, because they know that their existence now is at stake. That's how close this thing is.
Absolutely. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, sis.
They said in the movie, when we wake up all the way, the fullness of the Gentiles have come. So we take over.
They can't buy it. They can't buy no matter what it is that they're offering. And this is where I agree with the sister. No matter what they offer, it's not more valuable than you as a living soul. And what you
that's the important point that we have to understand. What they're offering is not more valuable than you already have. Because let me rephrase that. Whatever they're gonna offer you, it's never gonna be good enough, because this is your shit. How can you take something from me and tell me you're gonna offer me part of it back from a negotiating standpoint? Bitch, it ain't yours to negotiate back. This is why it is extremely important that you tune in and you are clear in your intentions. You understand what your purpose is, and you are in tune with who the fuck you're surrounding yourself with. This is serious business. And I'm not saying everybody comes to deceive. I'm not saying that. What I am telling you is not everybody has the same goals, the same values, and more importantly, on the same frequency. This is serious, serious business. You've come to set the shit straight, not to make the same motherfucking mistakes that you made before. Ain't no motherfucking negotiation. Ain't no deals being cut. Pack your motherfucking bags and go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if you're allowed to pack your bags and go. Okay? You have to be clear. And if you are paying attention, this simulation is breaking down so much that manifestation and creation literally almost happens instantaneously. But you have to pay attention. You literally have to pay attention. So what you're saying, what you're thinking, what you're doing, you're shaping a reality. So you have to be clear on your intentions and what your goals are. You have to understand what your purpose is. That's everybody, man and women. Okay? So when I say I'm not interested in the doctrine, I fucking mean that. And it's for that purpose, because I understand wrapped up in those doctrines, they are computer programs. Yeah. I understand that. I'm not fucking interested in it. 26,960 years according to their time. That's a second too motherfucking long to me for the fuckery and the bullshit. I don't give no fucks. No fucks are given on my part. That they finna spin some new shit up. I'm not interested. It's a bad simulation. They're bad. They're not even creators. It's a bad, fucked up simulation. I'm not fucking interested. I can build my own. When I talk about being builders, that's part of it. Being a creator is being a builder. You have to be willing to do the shit for yourself. Okay? So I know this is another level. Okay? But y'all know we go both sides over here. But I am telling y'all, that's the ultimate goal. That's really what this reset is about. It's to restart the astrological clock. And I don't know if they're going to change their time frame. But if they keep the same quote, quote, time frame, to restart that clock to another 26,960 years. And it's not going to be peace, love, it's not going to be that. It's going to
kumbaya and all that nonsense.
No, it's not going to be kumbaya, none of that. It's going to be right back to the same slavery system.
That's what they're planning. That's exactly what they're planning.
That's what we've been exposing as part of this.
That's why we're doing what we're doing.
Because
I don't consent to none of it.
Yeah. Even with the SDRs, especially the new digital, everything they're going to put in place, which is ether-based, which is air-based, which is Aquarian-based, it's still based on the principles of Sesta 2 AKB. It's not being free. All they're doing is, because the realm is shifting due to it going air-based, we all know it's Aquarius going air-based. That's why things go. That's why the big thing at the moment is online, because it's ether-based. Because
it's ether-based.
The base, because the realm is going from the water, which is
Pisces.
Piscean construct, to the ether or the air, which I will show the charts because I have shown them on the before. It's going to ether-based, which is Aquarian and air. So they know that they had to, because of the realms, the energies that are shifting within the realm, they're having to make changes. Not because they want to, it's because they know how the realm functions. This is what his sister keeps saying. That clock is so important, that the 25,000 year cycles, which I've shown people how the galaxy functions. I've shown the great sine wave. I've showed it, and we can pull it up whenever we need to, because I've got the stuff. The great sine wave, and that sine wave, each side that goes in that clock, when it clocks in and clocks out, because we're when we clocked into when we clocked it in from the last kingdom of the world and kingdom of the heavens. The kingdom of the world is the ones that we're just leaving, which is this way, that thou shalt be in heaven and shalt call thy name, and all this stuff that's mentioned in Heliotech. When referring to the heavens, it's when we're above the galactic plane. This gets back to the Great Lanakea and the real aspects of the realm, which the female Yana set up, which they don't talk about. Me and sister spoke about this, but when one particular cycle is finished, meaning the kingdom of the world finished, which is 25,000 years, Then we come into the kingdom of the heaven cycle, which is another 25,000 year cycle. That cycle that we're coming in is still set based on that clock, but the actual realm that it sits on still gets back to the original stuff that the sisters created or the female house created billions of years ago. That is totally free of all these restrictions of an age of Aquarius, and then the one after that will be Capricorn. It's free of all that. It's not restrictive. When you're down here doing the cycles meant to be doing down here, you're meant to. From what I've learned, is the fact that you're supposed. When the 5 cloister races were down there, there was a due to what happened during the last deferred seeding, there was a certain amount of aspects of yourself, and I think I mentioned it in the part of the series when I was talking about the DNA and stuff, and we learned about the religious stuff with the 12 tribes. When you talk about the 12 tribes of Israel and stuff like that, 12 tribes is the clock.
Yeah,
and
it's the astrological clock. Exactly.
Your clock. But when you're going through these cycles, you're meant to be there's aspects of yourself that you're supposed to be pulling back together to get ready for this natural center, this particular ascension wheel that cycle that we're rolling into right now, in terms of freeing yourself completely from that black Saturn, from that coil, freeing yourself from this dome, completely leaving this realm entirely as a living soul. So you're not supposed to be down here working a job on SDRs in a new age, doing all this shit again, doing jobs and pooing and weeing and government and politics and arguing and all this palaver and languages and all that all that nonsense and relationships and all that stuff, all those social contracts and structures, all that nonsense is restrictive. When you're as a free living soul, there's so much more. I mean, sister spoke about this. I'm not going into it too hard. But when you live in the realm and you're able to do that to some degree, the same things that you can do to go beyond that, to be past what they're offering to us. When you see aspects of this, which I'm totally aware of and have seen and been discussed this offline, that there's so much more beyond even the spectrum we're seeing in terms of the colours that we're able to see through your tiny little beady eyes. Even this spectrum we're seeing is limited beyond. That's so important
what you're saying. Electromagnetic spectrum. It's interesting, and I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
No, go ahead, sister.
Because Sis Divinity, we just talked about this. Even the very atmosphere that you see.
Yes.
That this isn't even the original atmosphere. Sis Divinity and I Monday was talking about, and she was sharing with me her experience of seeing the different spectrums of color, like a curtain, spectrums of color. And I was sharing with her, shout out to, he's an ancestor now, Dr. Dilbert Blair.
He's brilliant.
That's how I learned the metaphysics side, literally through Dr. Dilbert Blair, his body of work, and, when he was doing those meetings via the conference calls. That's how I got into the metaphysics side of the house. And I remember when I started learning all of this information, it was just so overwhelming. We've all been there. And I just started seeing these spectrums of light just out of the atmosphere. You would just be looking regularly and I started seeing these spectrums of light, like, the red, the purples, the greens, the pink, just like little dots, fam. So I asked Dr. Dilbert Blair, and I knew it was in my eyes, because I literally went and got an eye checkup, because I did think it was something with my eyes. It wasn't that. So I asked Dr. Dilbert Blair, and he pretty much said, asked how long had I been studying this, and I told him, and just a couple years, this is pretty new to me, this, that, and the third. And so he was the one that said, you're seeing through the matrix.
Yes.
You're seeing the real reality, the real quote, light. Okay. And Sister Divinity and I just talked about that because she was describing to me this curtain she was seeing with these spectrums of light. And I said, sis, because you're seeing past the false matrix into the real world. Okay. And I described to her, I said, I literally had that happen where you see that wall, that shimmering wall. I was sitting down talking to this lady. I'm sitting in one chair. She's sitting in the other. And then all of a sudden, that wall of shimmering, because it's a shimmering wall of shimmering light was between us. I was on one side, she was on the other. And I'm sitting there like, shit, I know this lady don't see this. But thank God Dr. Dilbert Blair had hooked me up on game, because when he told me what the burst of little light was, when I saw that shimmering, just clear as day, it was a shimmering wall, fam. I was on one side, she was on the other side. I automatically knew what it was, okay? That's where we are today. So we're trying to get you all prepared for when these things when this shit totally opens up. It's going to totally open up. So what you're seeing today as the reality, it's not going to be that. It's going to be totally different. So think of what you're seeing now as a motherfucking green screen. Okay, I'll explain it that way. Maybe that's a good analogy. Think of this shit as a green screen. Okay, that's what you're getting ready to witness. Okay, so it is extremely important. Do not forget that spiritual side of the house. Absolutely do the work. Heal yourself, because you have to be healed in order to get these sides that we're talking about. So do the work. Heal yourself, okay? Connect with your family. Repair what you need to repair with your children, your grandchildren, your old lady, whoever you done fucked over. And get all that shit together. Get your house in order physically / spiritually. You're going to need it.
Right.
Because when this shit opens up, I'm telling you, it's going to open up. Folks are going to drop the fuck dead. Mark my words.
I think it's already started myself.
They're going to drop the fuck dead.
Yeah.
And it's going to be many that leave here before that, because they're struggling already with the frequency change. They're already fucking struggling with it.
Let them go.
I think it's already happened.
Yeah, I think so too, Brother Sean.
Because all you seeing is theater. You seeing reenactments of shit.
And it's such bad acting. The shit is so bad. Oh my! And the scripts are ragglier than a motherfucker. This stuff is over with. They done dragged Trump, made him put his motherfucking toupee, glue his motherfucking lace front. My bad, because Trump, you got a lace front on your shit. Glued his motherfucking lace fronts back together. Combed them goddamn tracks back. Okay, we need to we need to rerun the Trump script. We need to rerun that.
Let me throw my wig on these hoes.
Right. We need to rerun that script. This shit is over with. I am telling you, it's over with, but you have to be prepared. You're going to have to jump really quick in your consciousness. And most of you are doing it.
Yeah. Like I said, it is. From what I looked at in terms of the fundamental, in terms of how the realm works, when we entered the, and I was going to do that, but we'll have to do it next week because I don't know exactly. But when we entered from what I looked into in terms of when the left, it's what so-called Pisces in terms of 2012 to 2013, and we entered the dark rift. This is due to remember the dark rift. I'm referring to like the Great Lanarchy and stuff, the original stuff that happened in terms of the proper where the real energy comes from. So I'm talking about. So when I refer to the galactic plane in terms of the Great Line of Care, I'm referring to what I refer to as the sister scene images, because I think I've shown her. What's beyond the Black Saturn, what's beyond the realm. So it's like when I showed the hijack stuff, when I showed those things, I'm referring to that. So that when we entered the Dark Rift, and then we came out on the other side in terms of that clock. But when we came out on the other side of the clock, that was September the 23rd, 2017. Now they knew this. This is why it's mentioned in the Heliotech, and this is why it talks about. And I think we brought this down to some degree. And the 1,000 Years of Peace and the Dead Are Judged, and I think I mentioned it not long ago when we speak about during this series. When that happens, that's referring to the first 1,000 years. It's actually Aquarius. When in my father's house are many mansions. I keep quoting this because it's in the Heliotech. In my father's house there are many mansions. This is that clock. In my father's house there are many mansions. Look for the man pouring water. It's not pouring water. It's actually pouring ether, which is air. That's Aquarius. And in the Age of Revelation, that cycle started on September the 23rd, 2017. The 7 years was to play out, which I've been talking about. But that period was I refer to as the ending of what's so the Aquarian Age was here, but they were pulling down the espers of what I refer to as the Piscean construct, because obviously the water's still here. Mm-hmm. So if the water's still here, that's Piscean. So obviously it's not completely gone because that's from physical, but spiritually the realm has shifted, and the ether is coming. The divine feminine is coming in. They knew that was coming in, and that energy is permeating the realm, and it's still coming in and shifting gently as we go through these 7 years of revelation. Now there's going to come a point, and I've talked to you about this sister offline. It's going to come a point where it talks about wormwood, and I've said this now, that when wormwood's supposed to come due to how Nibiru and all this other stuff is being set up here, wormwood's not going to come. It's not coming due to, and I'm not talking about this any further than this. Me and sisters, we spoke about this. Wormwood's not going to be able to come due to what's been going on from beyond the realm. So even in the Revelation, the stuff that they've written in there,
right, and that's why they're freaking out, because they see that they can't play that script out. They can't because that Bible is it's a book of colonization. It's several things. It's the book of colonization. Yeah. It's a blueprint and a script.
Yeah. It's like a movie.
Yeah, like a movie.
With that script, but that script was written when certain things was instituted within the realm. But due to what's happened from beyond the realm, referring to Great Nike and the Mashiach beings, and that's as far as I'm going in the public with it, there's been stuff that has been, their asses have been handed to them and being kicked quite royally. And some of the stuff that they're trying to play out, they can't do.
They can't do it.
The proof of that, when we spoke
they can't do it. And they're trying to trick the populace into consenting to one of their scripts.
Correct, and that's still not going to work.
It's still not going to work because it's enough people to say, I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't consent. I said what the fuck I said. I don't consent. So it's throwing them off.
And that's what we're getting in the moment. And this is this imbalance that we're seeing right now, with this direct consciousness. That's what we're seeing right now. So the ether's coming in, meaning the air, the actual realm's coming in, and yet the water's still here. It's still with us because it's not complete. It's not the realm is not completely shifted yet. So we're in what I call a transitionary period while this is going on, and they've got so much. They've only got a little bit of time left to get this resetting with this clocking. And if they miss that window, fam, they're done out here.
They're done. And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm still thinking that it's already shifted. There's multiple timelines. It's just a matter of whether or not people are getting trapped in certain timelines or confusing timelines with the energies fluctuating the way that they are. That's a great
point.
We're in between these different timelines. We exist in these different timelines. Our mastery of it is what we're supposed to be focused on. It's not just a matter of controlling our frequency in this timeline.
Agreed.
It's in all of them. That's where wholeness comes into place. If we're creators and multidimensional beings, we're supposed to be multidimensionally present at all times. They're the ones who can't do that. That's why they have to keep us locked into certain agreements in order for them to survive. They eat just by being around us. Some of them, all they have to do is be in our presence.
Right.
And they can feed off of that. But we have to be vibrating low enough in order for them to be able to consume it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes, agreed.
So basically, it's all up to us. We have nothing but mastery of time. As you said, once you know the rules of the game, it's whatever you choose to create. They've taken what we've put in place and just used it against us.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's right, exactly.
Because we forgot. We entered into these agreements saying that each time, if you able to trick me and trap me, then okay, I'll give up my memory.
Right.
Or,
and that shit is deep to me. It's so fucking deep. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, I give up my memory and I will give you my computer codes. Yeah, I'll let you come in grandma's house and totally take over and take advantage not only of grandma, but all of her family as well.
Because they have absolutely no control over anything. It's just a matter of what frequency you tune into. Because you see, soon as you tune into any given frequency, something already exists there.
Agreed. And that's what Ricardo D is basically saying, confirming what you're saying in the chat, saying, yes, Brother Sean, I've noticed sometimes it's hard for me to discern if I dream something or it's already done. Or it already done it. It's like I dream about the next day or have already lived it. Absolutely. Yeah, because that's also, you could be jumping between timelines.
Well, I get visions.
And the visual differences you were talking about, that you and Sister Divinity was talking about, I remember the skies being much bluer, the clouds being wider and further away. And never seeing the moon out at the same time
as the
damn
sun was
out.
because their simulation is breaking down.
The sun was a golden color. It wasn't as bright white light that it is now.
Right.
I mean, it's just so many differences.
Yeah.
And the more things people build, the whole energy and the whole feel of everything is just different.
It is different. And I was having a conversation with the sisters, Sis Shehart and Sis Ebenege, and I'm like, how the fuck I'm allergic to Earth? Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't.
That you're just fucking allergic to Earth.
And that's you. I don't know.
How are the trees impacting me? The grass impacting me? When shit bloom, I'm just allergic to Earth. No, there's some serious terraforming going on. I can remember the exact day when my seasonal allergies kicked in. It was literally in high school. I remember it. I was scratching my eyes, came home, got accused of smoking weed. Pissed me the fuck off. I wasn't even smoking weed. I ain't even smoked weed till I got to college, goddamn. Shit. I should have lit up for being accused. But nonetheless, I remember literally the exact date. How the fuck I'm fenced to be just allergic to the planet? That within itself should give us a clue that this shit is unnatural.
Right.
My body is saying this atmosphere, no, this ain't where it's at. And it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. That's why they have to reset. And there was a sister on YouTube a couple of years ago. She calculated how many times that astrological clock, we've, quote, quote, according to their time, gone around that astrological clock. Because remember, going around that astrological clock is 26,960 years. She calculated that we went over that. We've done that 3 times. Okay. Now, shout out to Brother Wendell. Okay. When he was doing it, we call it the creation story myth stuff. And he was digging into those Sumerian texts. See, that's why people can't come to me with the fuckery on them Sumerian texts. I can hand you your ass, baby. Can't come to me on that. We literally studied that shit for years. But anyhow, that sister's calculation of going around that astrological clock, or them having that astrological technology in place, we lined up the number that she gave us. Brother Wendell calculated in those ancient Sumerian texts, which is Inky Binky Linky them, line that shit up with, because their numbering system is Shars. Okay? Their writing system is cuneiform. The language you see on the planet today comes from cuneiform. That Sanskrit comes from cuneiform. Hebrew, I think, comes from Sanskrit, but ultimately it comes from cuneiform. All right? So their language is cuneiform. And if you look at cuneiform, it is fucking sigils. Go fucking look it up. Cuneiform is sigils. It's a computer code language. Right? Their numbering system is called Shard. Now I had to go dig through my fucking notes to do the conversion from how many Shar equals a year. Okay? And we got the exact calculation. All right? And what that calculation meant was that was the start of what we see today. Prior to that was when we had the ancient trees and all of that jazz, okay? So what we are telling you, this particular age of Aquarius that they're talking about, the reason why they're making such a huge deal out of it, because it is going to, if they can't get their technology, to upgrade their technology, it's going to totally wipe away all of the terraforming that they've put in place.
Yeah, I don't know if this is symbolistic of them setting the eclipse, but it's going to intersect at in Pisces. It's going to intersect in Pisces. It started in Aquarius, like Brother Odel was saying, but it's going to end in Pisces.
Say that again, sis.
the eclipse, it started in Aquarius back in, I think he said Aquarius back in 2017, and it's going to end in Pisces, according to how they have it planned, in 2024.
Who said it's going to end in Pisces?
It's on the chart.
On whose chart?
On the astrological charts. The young lady was doing that on her show, and she got the astrological charts out of where the eclipse went through from the last one, and where it's planning to go for the next one.
Brother Odel, what do you think about that? That don't sound accurate to me, and I could be wrong. I
was just wondering too.
Is he probably not there?
I was hoping I could,
I don't think that's accurate, and forgive me up in advance if it is. But that's not accurate because we're not in the Pisces age. We're in Aquarius.
Yeah, I agree. I agree too. So I'm like, what? So, I couldn't understand that. Well, if they're doing it, they're going to end it where they want it. But, it shouldn't be ending in Pisces because Pisces is the end. It's over.
Yeah, it would be. That would make no sense unless she meant in her defense, unless she meant that eclipse is ushering out Pisces into Aquarius. Now, if she meant that, I'm with her. But other than that, no, that's not accurate.
Well, it's Little Egypt, and it's going to hit in Cairo, and according to symbology in the script, they came out of Egypt, and so the slavery is over, and so it's going to cross there. So Pisces should be symbolizing on that eclipse the end of the slavery on this planet. That's what I was thinking.
So maybe what she was saying, I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe what she is saying, just like I said she was saying, that eclipse represent coming from out of the Piscean age, which, going to the Aquarian age, so the end of the dark age to the golden age. Maybe that's what she's saying, okay? But what I am telling you, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
She did say those kind of things too, new beginnings and
so yeah, she's right on that. She's absolutely right on that. But what I am telling you is you need to understand the hijack, okay?
Yeah.
Just like they hijack and they tell you about they give you all of this truth about history, but then they say, the Indians were white, okay, etc. Same thing with this Age of Aquarius shit. I want y'all to be crystal clear on what we're telling you, okay? Their Age of Aquarius is a false matrix.
Yep.
It is to restart the astrological clock, their fake ass concept of time, because it's a fake ass concept of time, which essentially still keeps you in perpetual slavery. And the slavery, fam, is your soul. It's your soul. It's your consciousness and your physical density that you have agreed to. Okay? That's the hustle. That's the hijack of this whole Age of Aquarius. What I am telling you is all of it has to go for you to totally be free. You don't need it. Okay? So be careful of that. Those talking on that level, and they're not trying to deceive you. It's just they don't know. They don't understand it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I don't think she was talking about an era. I think she just talking about astronomical alignment.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, astrological alignment.
You know, one of those people that do people astronomy, instead of the other.
Okay, and that's
Do
fair.
your horoscope.
Yeah, and your such and so is in Pisces, and your thus and so is here.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
your house.
Yeah, your house and all of that jazz.
Yeah, because it's a difference. They're talking about the age ending within eclipse, as opposed to like just the like alignment of the stuff in a certain house is ending there. Like,
exactly.
You know, in this constellation of Pisces, as opposed to like the whole like fucking age of Pisces.
No,
right.
I don't think she was doing that part.
But the consenting to any of this,
that's the point I'm
is
trying to
keeping that 25,000 year
906,
cycle
and I don't
going.
have it to motherfucking do.
Because each age or each era going into each sign, it's that amount of years. That's the contract. That's the way it was designed. So as long as we keep accepting somebody telling us when and what era we going into, and all of it's foreign to us
exactly
to begin with,
right?
Why do we have to agree to anything they say?
Exactly. So just to reiterate, let me give you your explosion, Brother Sean, because I know we keep saying this, and we're gonna have to keep saying it, because I know this shit is coming. And I know we the only ones saying this. Don't know. Not too many people are getting this. What we're saying to you is all of it has to go. What you're even saying is time. It has to go. That's what's limiting you. All of it has to go. You don't need it. You don't need it. Okay? This atmosphere, this concept of time, do you even understand that the atmosphere and the concept of time is what's fucking aging you?
Of course, yeah.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the religion, the church, you have everlasting life.
Waiting for you in heaven.
Everlasting life.
So age gracefully, so you got an eternal life.
Really, it's just a contract. You get to wherever you're there, you know, and all the little sci-fi or whenever you get to, like, you know, the afterlife, it's like, oh yeah, you can have everlasting life, and then the contract be like, oh yeah, we got you for like 100,000 years though. You gotta fulfill this 100,000 years first, then you can get your everlasting life.
Everlasting life to come back and recycle. That's the everlasting life.
Through them gates.
Here's the contract, folks.
Be born again.
Here exactly. Here's the spiritual contract. You want everlasting life? Okay, you'll just recycle back in the realm. But when you recycle back,
newer,
you can't bring any of that knowledge that you've learned. You have to restart all the fuck over again.
Blank.
That's the contract that they are giving you in religion. That's your motherfucking everlasting life.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what... Good evening, Auntie. Good evening.
Hey,
good evening, family.
Nephew. Hey, nephew, go ahead.
I'm saying this is why they want the children, because the children are coming with that blank slate closest to God, and now they can rewrite the script how they see fit. So this is why they're attacking the children. And basically in the music, as you guys were saying, the frequency is what they're putting out there. They're pushing. Look at our rap music. It's pushing a frequency of death, kill our brothers and sisters. Where do you think it's happening in the streets? So where we think that energy is coming from, they're pushing that. We saw Kanye West can't criticize a certain group of people. So we know who's pushing that. So it's just to show that there is a desire for our frequency to be lowered so they can't feed upon us. It's becoming very clear now.
Right, because do you understand that if you're recycling back in this realm, and part of that recycling process is your memory has to be wiped. When you come back in this bitch, they could totally stand up a different simulation. And since your memory has been wiped and you a newborn baby, this, that, and the third, that's what you know.
And remember, your soul was sold off at birth. Unknowingly, your mother sold her soul off when you signed that birth certificate, and now they have possession of your soul.
Yeah,
so
they just have it in a holding pattern.
Right, correct. So now they believe they have the right to program the frequency how they see fit, program the entity or the cattle how they see fit.
Right, and they know that they don't technically have the right. That's why they always put it out for you to consent to it.
It's all about the consent, right?
It's always about the consent. It's always about them disclosing because they feel they don't want the karma coming back to get them, which the karma is coming back to get them. Because you can't fuck around with karma and try to cheat karma with being nickel ass slick. It don't work like that. But I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
I just want to say they're not even trying to cheat karma. They're fully aware of the natural law and they're operating exactly within it. As we see, they're always respecting the female entity, but they'll show us a male dominant society because, again, that's how they can actually run our minds in a sense, because we're tuned or programmed to the wrong frequency. Male dominant, yet still they're worshiping female in the background. It's really
right. I agree with that part, but here's why I say they're trying to skirt around karma. Because let's talk about the trapping of the souls and the recycling and the capturing the soul at birth. Okay. What mother in her right mind would sign over her child?
So,
we're just talking about her physical child. We're not even on the soul level. What mother do you know will do that? Okay? Now, a degenerate whore, okay, I'm going to give you that. What mother would do that? So that meant she did not know.
Correct.
And see, there's no contract if both parties don't have a meeting of the mind. So right there, they have violated universal law and they fucking know it. So no amount of even the information that we know now, that don't clean up, bitch, what you did. It ain't cleaning it up. It doesn't clean up what you did. It ain't cleaning up what you're doing now. You know that work is coming to you.
I agree with you, Auntie. That's correct.
All right. So, but no, you're absolutely right. All they're doing is using the computer code programs to run the realm.
And they've studied us to the point where they know how to poke a button or get us to buy certain things. Like I'm studying right now how to sell or how to be a seller. And I'm realizing it's come down to a science of how to get people to basically buy whatever you're selling.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sis Nonya, the contract is null and motherfucking void. Bitch, I ain't agree to none of it. I don't consent to none of it, none of that. I give no fucks about this, what you're talking about.
Well, that's why you have to operate now with that in mind. If you know that to be true, you now have to operate.
You have to operate that way. Absolutely.
Because now you say you know, but now you're still going to consent. Well, okay, well, that's where you now re-sign the contract
right.
for yourself.
You entered into another contract, another agreement. Absolutely. So, fam, that's why, we've shit pretty much 30 episodes of this particular series. That's why we're doing that. That's why we took the time to go through some of the history. We went through the financial, and we'll come back next week and still go through that financial piece to tie it together for you with the Vatican, Italy, and the financial reset that's going on now. And talked about the astrological clock, tying it into the reset, tying it into your soul, tying it into ascension, so you can truly be aware of what is really at stake here. So when I talk about, breaking generational curses, it's deeper than what most think that I'm talking about.
Auntie?
Yes, nephew.
I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to care about generational curses. I want to focus solely on myself. I came with a particular mission. Came with a particular goal. And unless I do what I'm supposed to do, unless I focus on what I'm supposed to focus on, nothing else means anything. What my forefathers did before me, or what my son is going to do after me, doesn't mean a thing unless I'm supposed to do what I'm supposed to do. Because I'm realizing they're distracting us from getting certain things done, or reaching certain frequencies, or reaching certain goals. They're literally standing in our face saying we can't do certain things. And if we stay with their beliefs, we'll attune to that. And if we don't, they don't want us to know that what's past that. So I believe we need to focus more on what we came to do, what we're supposed to do, and let that be that's it. That's all I got to say.
Very good. Very good. Let me give you an explosion for that. You know what your assignment is. Absolutely.
I think most of us are fulfilling our assignment for being on this show.
I agree. Black love, baby, you so behind. I ain't got it to do tonight. And you talking about nationalizing oneself.
Oh.
No, Auntie. What he's talking about is exactly what we're saying. He's now rewriting his contract with the system. That's exactly what we're showing him. Okay, go ahead. Bye. We'll talk to you later. We'll see you on the next journey. Because that's the contract he's signing up for.
Yeah, I speak for yourself. I'm not finna see you on another motherfucking journey.
Well, no. Well, he's gonna be here on another fucking journey.
Yeah, and that's cool, baby. Do you? Go on and nationalize, blationalize. I'm not signing. They kiss my motherfucking ass. I'm not signing shit.
But yeah, I think that's a good mentality, because we know that we fall victim to the Messiah complex, whole fucking programs out there, and you cannot save nobody but yourself.
I literally just said that earlier when we was over in LTC's live. I typed up in the chat. I don't know if it was there. I think it was there. Shit, I be getting shit mixed up. There is this concept of martyrs. We're over that shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying that for a purpose. We're not repeating a cycle of martyrs. Either folks are the one or you ain't.
I say it's just taking responsibility straight. Like, stop saying it's someone else's fault, or it's someone to come rescue you, or it's this person.
Yeah, ain't nobody rescuing you. No, bruh. No, sauce. You got to put in that work.
Facts.
And if your journey is you want to nationalize, do paperwork, baby, do you.
If he believes asking an individual for his freedom is freedom, then yes, be free.
Right. Do you. But yeah, that martyrism, y'all do realize that martyrism, leader, all that shit, you do realize that that's a Pisces construct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Jesus,
the way is work out your own soul.
Messiah, give you the black Messiah, give you all these black leaders.
Right. Give you Anunnaki them, Inky Binky Linky Stinky them.
Martin
Give you the Galactic
Luther.
Federation. It's everybody else coming to
Tupac.
save your black ass, but you getting up, actually doing the work, and being the creator that you are.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
It's like I see a lot of people that watch YouTube and they'll be watching like a cooking show. And I'm saying to myself, the amount of hours they spent watching that cooking show, you could have cooked that by now. You could have been eating that by now instead of just watching the person tell you how it feels and So they'll rather someone else program their mind about what it is instead of them physically doing it and having the physical experience for themselves.
Agreed.
Virtual reality.
Agreed.
Yeah, because they gotta feed the beast, the machine beast. We talk about AI and all that stuff and social media and source material and all this, like that makes it more sentient. The more you engage with it, the more you give it you let it program you. Meanwhile, it's like creating a whole other entity off of your data that you're just consenting to. We talk about consent,
right?
Like, yeah, so being acted upon instead of being taking action. Like they just want you to be like a vessel to be filled up with stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
You can really cut that down to what's going on right now. You get on TikTok and what you put on there or Facebook, somebody else is feeding off of it.
Correct.
And they're developing their own system on your self, your algorithms and stuff like that.
Your attention.
Your algorithms are going to them, like TikTok. China is supposedly feeding off of that.
ByteDance is the company.
Yeah. So these kids are killing themselves because they are paying attention to that junk. And so they are falling prey. Like you said, they got the young kids falling prey to that kind of stuff. And old folks too.
No, but that's exactly. So check this. So when it comes to that, I just heard the article where, so ByteDance is the main company that owns TikTok. And in China, they have a different TikTok. The TikTok that they have in China is that, is that the children can only see certain shows like how to become a plumber, how to become a space engineer, and it's limited to X amount of hours per day. The one that we get is basically, so you have the one that has sugar in it, and then you have the one that has opium in it, is the one that we have in America, which basically they know that it's going to play with the mind in certain ways. So it's like an endorphin cue, and basically they're using that to stimulate the North American population more than it really should be. And in their population, they're only programming their children in such a way that it's not harming them.
And
so
why do you think they're doing that?
Because they're getting ready for something. Or it's implemented. It's digital warfare. It's spectral warfare.
Trying to kill you off.
Well, let's put it like
it's
this.
social engineering, and also they got to engage the source material. Like they want you to be feeling that way too, but they need you to feel a certain way, lower your vibration so they can feed off you. The entities need you that certain level on,
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the deal with that. Never forget that there are no separations with these worldwide governments. We've proven over and over again that there's no separation. Okay. So the reason why China is pretty much prepping up their populace, particularly their babies, is because they're setting for a reset. So for over in Asia to become the new superpower, and its hands changing from the American population to the Asian population. Because if we look back, America was the baddest, and it is still the baddest on the planet. I said it. I don't give a fuck who don't like it.
Period.
Prove me wrong, because all of you bitches over here harassing us. Okay? So I stand on what I said. Okay? So that is a part of the reset.
No, Auntie, your point's proven within that fact. Look how much social engineering they have to go through to get their population up to the standpoint that they feel comfortable, that they can feel they can stand against or stand face to face with, let's say, the American population.
Exactly. And it still ain't going to work because just because you going left and you think I'm going right, okay, I'm going to let you keep thinking that.
Call it crossover, homie.
You don't. They really don't know what you're gonna do, okay? Because again, we don't need everyone. We don't need everyone. You only need 1%. And the second part is they're not really doing anything because if you are a parent, and this is why I be getting on people's ass that sit on the internet all motherfucking day. And you don't do no real physical work. You've literally created your reality and your claim of fame and people, and you got grown ass motherfuckers. Now, I ain't even gonna bother these babies, okay? I'ma sit these babies to the side. Let's get on you grown motherfuckers that sit on your dead ass all motherfucking day on the internet.
In the mama's basement.
And some of you bitches are so low vibrational that you get your self-worth off of this fucking internet.
Fact.
I have seen you bitches.
Your chest niggas.
Sit up here and gloat, and your claim to fame is, where you're a nobody. You only have subscriber.
Well, fuck you too.
So you're basing, let motherfucker. Let me take my water. me. Clear my throat to read your motherfucking degenerate ass. So you're trying to tell me that my value, let's keep this the fuck clear what you're saying. My value is tied to YouTube subscribers.
Facts.
You're telling me my value / my worth /
your reach.
My reach / my consciousness /
influence /
and I'm still trying to look for the other / I can't think of it. Character. That's what I was looking for. Motherfucker, you telling me. Because see, your bitch puss ass can't look me in the face to say it because you stay your stinking ass on the internet. So you don't get out in the real world where you can look me in my motherfucking eyeballs and tell me this bullshit you trying to sell. All of that is tied up in clicks, like, views, and subscribers. That's what the fuck you're telling me. Now I'm talking to adults. I ain't even talking to these babies.
That's what it's come down to.
That's what the fuck you trying to tell me. That's how low your fucking self-esteem, your value, you place on clicks, views, and subs.
OnlyFans, man. What do you
mean? You have nothing else going on in your fucking life. You're not putting anything else in yourself. You're not putting anything else in your babies. You're not putting anything else in your community.
The ether.
The ether.
Unconditional love just given to pretty random people. No.
And let's even roll that even deeper. And the people that talk the most shit content be the most motherfucking garbage. That shit be a hot garbage of a mess. And I'm saying all that to say, We cannot sit up here and say what they're doing to the babies when you got grown ass motherfuckers with babies that's looking for their self-worth in a motherfucking application. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, yeah. And every 2 years we get a new one. So
it's fucking disgusting. You can't possibly be about doing anything productive when you tie your whole entire identity, self-worth, and self-value over who's the biggest and the baddest on the fucking internet. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about none of this. You understand me? I'm more concerned with the people and the relationships that I have gained through this.
Right.
The rapport you've built.
But if they shut this bitch down, like, I'm tired of this loud ass hoe. Click, click. All right, well, y'all, shit, it's been real. You know, somebody know my number and the other person know, goddamn, who need to link up with me. Goddamn it, we'll link up. Because this is not my identity. This is just a fucking tool to get out what I need to get out. And when this shit is over, it's over. I have a whole separate life outside of this shit that I actually do put in work. I actually do other things to create the world I want to live in. So we can't sit here and talk about what they doing to the babies when our asses are doing it.
We're the example the babies are using.
Exactly. And furthermore, like I done took and told y'all, right? It's the old school part, you know, from my mama and them, my grandmama and them. I'm buying you that shit, and motherfucker, if I say you ain't finna be online, that's what the fuck I mean. Now, back in my day, you know, before we hit cell phones and shit. Goddamn it, when you was on punishment, you know mama didn't play. She would snatch every motherfucking phone out. Let her gotta go somewhere. She would wrap them motherfucking phones up and put it in the car, and them phones rolling with her. And goddamn it, an emergency breakout, you go to the neighbor's house and use their phone. They didn't fucking play that. Mm-hmm. You as parents control the content that your babies are looking at.
Consume. What they consume.
You the ones let them sit up and, have cell phone, sit on that shit all day, sit online all day. You the fucking ones that let them do that.
You don't even regulate what they're watching.
You don't regulate. You're not setting the environment for them to go out and quote, quote, as nature as it can be. All of that shit is a simulation.
No, but still.
But still, you're not spending any time with them.
Go outside.
So get the fuck out of here with the bullshit. But you want to sit up here and piss, whine, moan, and complain about what they do. No, nigga, that's you. That's your seed.
That's your reflection.
That is your reflection. God damn it, I couldn't have said it no better. Let me go on and give you an explosion on that.
Love you too.
That's your reflection. So get the fuck on up the street with the bullshit. What we are telling y'all, this shit ain't no joke. And when I told you all, you got to get off the board, I fucking meant that. You got to turn all that shit upside down. Take all the furniture up out the house to see all of the motherfucking dirt and grime and clean that shit up. And if you have an infestation, which we do, you need to burn that motherfucker down and start over.
about to say that.
Now, I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. When you're cleaning house, all right? You know how you surface clean? And when you deep clean it, you got to turn shit over, move shit out the way, get all this shit cleaned up. But if you got an infestation of some roaches, which I'm telling you, we do, burn that motherfucker down. That's the level you have to be on.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
A practical thing that I did when it comes to burning roaches out of my, burning out the infestation, is when it comes to my phone. So at times I would lose my cell phone and I would say to myself, I wouldn't remember someone's number. If you don't call me within a year, clearly you're not looking out for me, and clearly we're not friends enough for me to even have you on my phone. So I made it very easy to clean out my phone, or the infestation I would call fake friends or fake associates, because it was simple. You didn't have love for me to call me in a year. I don't know you. Deuces. It's a new year, right? It's a new year. Well, deuces. So clean out, you got to burn out some infestation. Some people you don't need back in your life. You can still be friends. You can still see them, have love, but you don't need to socialize. So,
absolutely. Absolutely. No, very, very, very great point. So that's what we're trying to say, fam. That's what we're trying to say. You have to really, really be at that level to walk away from it. And anybody that's had to walk away from some shit that you thought that you needed, you should know what I'm talking about. You should know what I'm talking about. That's the level you have to be at. And create something that's in your benefit, that's for the better. So we're not at the point to be fucking around with people that's on that fuck shit, that's on that fake shit, that's on that dumb shit, that's on that degenerate shit. All of that, it's over with. Conforming to the quote, quote, collective when the collective is fucking sick.
Mm-hmm. If everyone's crazy, you'll be the one that should be insane amongst them, because to them, you're the one that's crazy. So that's perfectly fine.
And you have to be fine with that. You have to be fine with people saying, oh, that bitch crazy. Yeah, that's right, nigga. And I want you to motherfucking remember it. You understand me? I want you to remember it. Don't cross across this doorstep again. Remember that crazy. You have to be willing to be okay with that. Because if you still want to fuck around and straddle the fence, you've made your choice.
Yeah, you're still not on the side. So.
You've made your choice. You literally have to be willing to say, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm not going with you on that. No, I don't agree with you on that. You're wrong. That's how change happens. You sitting back in the corner being scared and you know the shit is fucked up, but you gonna rock with it anyway. Cause everybody else eating shit, I guess I eat shit too. I done took and told y'all I'm fucking bougie. Now I'm not doing none of that. Nigga, what?
There's actually been an exercise, Auntie, where they've shown where if a random person walks into a group of people and that group of people starts doing something odd or random, that person is more than likely to start doing that random thing as well, to just be part of the group.
Exactly.
That's somebody weak.
No, facts. But that's what I'm saying. It's a litmus test. The majority, let's say 90%. Is going to want to conform. How far or how long they'll go along with it, that depends on the individual. I agree with you 100%. Some people you can't. No, that's dumb. Why am I eating shit? And you have to be that person. Are you able to stand up to those individuals that are looking at you like, what do you mean? Shit's good to eat. No.
Exactly.
No.
That's where we're at. That's and literally.
That's literally.
Literally to the point it's gotten so bad that the collective is telling you how to fuck, how to eat, how to take care of your children, how to look, what to think. And most people are comfortable with that.
Well, remember, 2 years they've been telling us collective how to live. Period. Where to go, where to stand.
Right.
Who to socialize with, when to socialize.
Exactly.
How to breathe. We saw it. How the consensus will operate.
And throughout all of this, you're getting further and further and further away from what your soul really needs.
What's supposed to be,
You're literally getting further and further away with what your soul needs. We shouldn't have an issue on this planet of people finding someone to love them or loving someone. We should not have this fucking issue.
Shouldn't matter anything. Unconditional love.
But that's how far folks have gotten from self. Because everybody worried about what somebody's saying, or it's all fucked up. So we can't dare as adults point the finger at the babies when we don't have our shit together.
Yeah.
We're running around here acting like we don't know basic etiquette. We don't know, basic love. We don't know basic how to take care of our families.
Hygiene.
Yeah, come on now. We running around here like you don't know how to wash your motherfucking ass as an adult and brush your motherfucking teeth. I mean, I'm just done. I'm done with it. So we can't point the finger at these babies when we're not doing the fucking basics because you're too busy trying to impress some motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about you.
Gucci.
And also too busy trying to be a complete authoritarian. As parents, we can mess up in that aspect. I mean, I hear plenty of people say you can't be friends with your children. Yes and no. You can be, but there has to be a healthy balance to that.
Boundaries.
I can see that.
Understand that.
Because if your children feel as though they can't come to you and talk to you about certain things, they go out in the streets to do that. The streets know more about your child than you know about your child because your children feel as though they can't come talk to you about nothing.
You're the problem.
If you have that type of relationship with your child and one of their peers think that they're about to introduce something to them, this, that, or the other, and they like, oh, me and my parents, we already had that talk. I ain't on that bullshit. Later for you.
Yeah,
I already know what's up with that.
Yeah.
You know, and your child might actually be the difference and another child changing the way that they think because now they're being introduced into something higher vibrational. At one point in time, that relationship was important. That's how back in the day when a son wanted to be like his father, he hung with him. He went to work with him. They done things together. The father took time to show him things. They went to games together, this, that, the other. That was his best friend. That was his dude.
Facts.
The same with mothers and daughters.
Absolutely.
She'd sit there, watch everything her mama do in the kitchen, watch her mama get dressed, Watch how she put on her makeup, everything about her. She just want to be like her mama, because her mama is just everything to her.
Absolutely.
As a God. Yeah.
But we put other people in front of our kids as role models. We sit down with our sons and look at LeBron James. That's the nigga you want to be like. You want to be like LeBron. I mean, you just sit up there just totally disregarding yourself like you just ain't shit.
Well, apparently they ain't shit, but keep going.
Just constantly sitting their children down in front of other people, telling them that's the pinnacle of life. That's the person you want to be like.
Making a game, playing games.
Yeah. Instead of saying to the son, you should be like yourself, the best version of yourself is what you should be like, giving your son the confidence to grow up to be whatever he's going to be, but to be that. But you're putting a false idol.
And then just showing your son and your daughter, because you cannot expect for them to, out of a miracle, get certain things. And we're talking basic values, basic principle, and have good character if you ain't fucking done it as a parent.
They don't know the example.
Where's the example?
Go ahead, Sean.
Because children that sit up and watch their parents put on the fake front, then in the house they cussing each other out, talking about each other, and then parents actually sit up and talk to the child about the other one.
Yeah,
it's a hot motherfucking mess. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And you think that child is going to confide in you? They like, hold up, that's the whole motherfucker you made me with. Y'all been together over 8,000 years, and y'all sitting up, motherfucker.
You know what's in our time frame.
Is that a different
But y'all sitting up talking about each other, backstabbing each other, this, that, and the other. If I tell you my little business, y'all gonna be talking about me to other motherfuckers. Shit, I can't trust y'all.
All of that part.
But those are the examples we set.
And, you know, and just to expound on that, just the fact that that relationship that you were describing, all of that, you know, fuck you, back and forth. They don't even like each other. What the fuck do you think your children think a relationship is supposed to be?
Cardi B. Sorry.
I'll sit here and wait. If your children don't see a healthy relationship, how do they know what it is? Yeah, that part. Now, these are the basic shit that we're talking about. So when we talk about sweep around your own doorstep, breaking generational curses, that's a huge part of it. And that's just the first step. We have to take accountability for the things that we're responsible for. We can't point the finger at these babies if we're fucked up. And let's say even if, you know, you fucked up, you made the mistakes, you had a toxic environment for your babies. Now that you know what you know, are you going back to have those conversations to clean it up? Are you living a better life?
Showing by example.
Do you love yourself enough? Do you love your babies enough to be honest with them, to have those tough conversations, to own your shit?
Take responsibility.
So when we talk about it starts with self, and clean up, we fucking actually mean that. You can't go to nothing higher. You ain't finna get in no magical motherfucking relationship. You ain't finna get no this goddess that's gonna come in your life and change you. Nigga, what? First of all, the universe looking at you like, nigga, you don't even deserve a pet, let alone a goddess. Are you fucking serious? You think a goddess finna circle your way all of the hell you didn't incarnate you have behind you? I think the fuck not. Same with women. You want a knight in shining armor, this, that, and the third, and you got all this fucking carnage, babies you ain't taking care of, babies you damaged, you don't want to even acknowledge it, all right? And I don't know if that love and hip-hop shit was true or not, but that Mama D and Scrappy shit, that's a perfect motherfucking example of a toxic-ass mama, and that bitch was still sitting there even with the pain in her son's eyes, making motherfucking excuses, and I wanted to jump through there and beat that whore's ass. Now, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it was scripted. That man's pain looked real. How the fuck you think the universe finna send you somebody decent? Whore, really? You don't deserve no pet. So come on, stop with the bullshit. I am telling you all, if you are on that level and you got shit to clean up, you better get that shit cleaned up. And get it cleaned up fast. Yes, sir.
Half the time I found that the universe actually sends them what they want is that because they're not in tune or in frequency, they actually reject it unknowingly. So they'll get a woman that they should be with, but they'll treat her like shit.
Yeah.
And because of that.
Yeah. And then after she gone, like, nigga, fuck, what?
Right.
Shit, you a low life ass nigga. Deuce. I'm out. Then you want to whine, piss, complain. Exactly. Either one or two things. Oh, I let the one get away. Yeah, nigga, you did. And that one ain't coming back, nor is a two, nor is a motherfucking three.
But are you going to put this one in front of you? Are you going to treat her like how she should be treated? Or are you going to still treat her like shit and continue the cycle?
They're going to continue the cycle. Because they can't get the one they really wanted. Well, nigga, you had her, but you didn't know what to do with her. And that's what I always tell men. Don't ask for something you can't handle. Because it will be taken away from you. Sorry, go ahead.
Appreciate what you got.
They didn't love themselves
to
be able to appreciate what was best for them.
Totally agree.
So motherfuckers get to going after what's best right now, or what has my appetite right now. Because a lot of times motherfuckers be on bullshit and it ain't even about quality. Mm-hmm. It's just about being on some old freaky shit.
And that's why you have go on and be on the freaky shit. But nigga, who you trying to convince me or you that is quality? But I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
But that's why you hear so many sisters saying, I can't believe he cheated on me with that. Because a motherfucker just wanted something raunchy.
And that's fine.
And nasty and disgusting.
Yeah, and that's fine.
At that time.
Yeah, go on it. So what you mean the bitch don't want to be? Well, I don't know what to tell you, nigga, because that's the choice you made. Because you ain't coming up in here. That you
he
not
didn't
finna
love
do.
himself enough.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. Your bags is on this porch, bruh. I don't give a fuck about none of that, because what I'm not finna do is play with you. You didn't value the relationship enough. You didn't value me. So get the fuck on with that bullshit. That's how that story's gonna end. Oh, okay.
And then from that point on,
your bag's still on the porch. Go on and value yourself. But go on, Brother John.
From that point on, they very seldomly try to approach a quality woman.
Yeah, because they know they fucked up. Yeah, they know they fucked up.
They know within themselves that right now they ain't vibrating at high enough frequency to be with nobody of any certain quality.
Yeah,
So
that's
they
true.
accept anything.
You start
And then
attracting that local.
sometimes, right, and then sometimes they wind up in abusive relationships where they're actually being abused
Yeah.
because they feel guilty about some shit that they done done.
Yeah.
And instead of just doing the right goddamn thing and making amends and going on with your life, you sit up and wallow in that low frequency.
Wallow in it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Same thing with the reincarnation process. You get caught up into something, you don't want to let that shit go. And lifetime after lifetime, you getting caught up on the same shit.
Right.
Different motherfucker, different name, different nationality, different this, different that, but the
Right.
same goddamn low vibrational frequency.
Agreed.
I digress.
Agreed. Okay, so we're not gonna get on the auntie and uncle moment because we in overtime. That was just a little taste of it. So again, clean up your shit. You can't point the finger at these babies when our shit is raggedy. All right. Now, if you are creating that environment for the babies and the babies on some fuckery, yeah, then you have every right to correct. Okay. And if they're not accepting that correctness that you're laying out, then they have to suffer the consequences. And the way I was raised, you're going to take that choice. That's the choice you make. You're going to own that choice. Okay? Because you know better. Okay? So that's all that. All right. So with that said, we finna wind down. Child, we ain't went over nothing we was supposed to go over. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. The universe said this what the fuck we supposed to go over. So that's what we went over. Nephew, New why you have any last words for the family?
Just overall, people, you got to love yourself. There's a lot of things that we're not paying attention to that we should. There is a reset coming. They're priming for it. I believe one way we should start focusing is other ways to make, what do you call it, a digital dollar. Start playing this world like you're playing a video game. You're not the person. You're this is a sim, and you're just within this BIOS body, and you're playing a game. Because now we have to look at it that money ain't real. It's for your soul energy and your attention. So then these things that they're putting in front of you, they're just like lures. They're just things to gravitate your attention to. So realistic to pulling your attention away from that and focus on what spiritually you should be tapped into. Because that's realistically the only thing that matters in this moment. The moment is the only thing you have. So take advantage of it, doing everything you can, say what you need to say, stop being a pussy. If you like that girl, go say it. If you want that opportunity, you got to go for it. Use your thoughts to manifest your futures. Think it and really just start doing something towards it, because realistically that's what this matrix is giving you. They give you assignments to do. You do that, it gives you a reward, and thus the matrix continues. But if you start programming it yourself for doing things you want to do, you'll get the results you want. With that said, I love you guys, and I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, love you too, nephew.
Love you more, bro.
Thank you for joining. Let me give you your explosion on that.
Hey, Brother New, enjoyed you.
Love your reflection.
Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's life like we have it now. And I think if you want to come back to it, it's a bad move, because this world right now is upside down and backwards. And I'm betting that if you come back, you're going to come back to worse. So I prefer not to come back to this place and not to repeat. But I think we're really doing everything the people on this show, in the chat, is called to do. You're called to do what your purpose is, either to learn it or disseminate it to your own family and to your own friends. Because hopefully some of them will get on here and learn something and wake up a little bit more. Because when we wake up, they go down. That's what it says in Romans 11:25. So, and it, and Brother Sean says it all the time, but it's written, and we have to work out our own soul salvation, and that's written too. And I stopped, Sister Ron, you told me I need to stop worrying about nursing somebody else across the finish line, and let them do it for themselves. Because I learned that people don't want to, if they don't want to wake up, there's no point in trying to get them to wake up. Because it was frustrated during the hoochie coochie to tell people not to take that step, because they felt that they were led by somebody who hates them to do it. And, and it was kind of crazy, but I enjoy everyone's comments. I enjoyed tonight. It was wonderful, and all your comments. And I just wish you all a good week.
Okay.
Are we going to be here?
No, we're not coming next week because, I'm going to actually cook a little bit.
I hope not to cook at all.
I know these past couple of years I haven't been cooking, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to cook a little bit. So, and even so, we never have a show during that week. Should we be needing a break? Shit. So, yeah, no, we're not going to have a show next week.
Oh, good. So wish you happy returns on that one. I'm not going to celebrate Thanksgiving because I think I know what the real reason of Thanksgiving is.
Yeah, I understand.
So
other than family, it's just also
yeah.
Other than family, that's also
other than family, friends, and
right.
maybe some food, but not not that turkey. Because we don't want to be that turkey like they
I want some dressing, goddammit. So that's really the real reason I'm cooking. I'm like, I want some dressing. So then I'm like, if I get some dressing.
Yeah, I love a dressing. I love that dressing.
I need the da-da-da-da. And if I get the da-da-da-da, I need da-da-da-da. So I'm cooking, but it's going to be on a real small, real small scale. Real small.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, everybody celebrate how you want to celebrate it.
Absolutely.
And we'll see, I guess, next time around after that. Huh?
Yeah. Love you, sissy.
Yeah, everybody, New Way, Brother Sean, and Brother Scotty are people that talk the most. Have a good, blessed day.
All right, sis. All right. Son Scotty, you got any last words for the fam?
Yeah. Frequency wars. That's how it sum up like everything we was talking about. Like they trying to set and tone the frequency of the realm. We know the terraforming of the realm. We know that we are the energy source at the end of the day. We indigenous to this realm. We got the connection to it. We can make shit happen. But the thing is, we don't recognize that it's a war going on for this frequency that we hold. So, at the end of the day, like I was saying, we gotta be responsible for our own actions, for the things that we're giving consent to. We live in an age where your data is like a form of currency as well. Like,
absolutely.
Your analytics.
All of that, your analytics, your biometrics, all of that. And as much as they, want to collect that and harvest that from you, like you have the potential to create, as Myron to be saying, to be a creator. Like you have the potential to do that, and we had, we talk about tapping into this and that, like tap into yourself, tap into yourself and have that reckoning. Like bro Sean was talking about earlier, you set your intentions. You don't have to be taking drugs and going on these journeys and stuff. But some people, like they can't even handle that because they so fucked up within themselves that the frequency, like they They is a fucking nuclear bomb and not even knowing it. You know, you have the potential for so much creation, but you're dragged down to this low level, you probably keeping so many fucking entities in this realm just by not tapping into your own frequency. And, you know, that's how you own responsibility. You don't need to be saving everybody, and everybody ain't going to be on the same level of the journey. You know, meet people where they is and leave them where they is. If you got to go, and it ain't even a thing about like, oh, you higher and lower. Like, no, it's just all separate journeys and shit. Like, and you can't bring nobody along and nobody can't bring you along. You look back on your journey. Nobody was like, oh, let me break it all down for you. Like, no, it was like you had the intention and you had the question within yourself, and you went out there and you saw it. Like you was talking about meeting up with the BGC people, that spiritual connection where you're going to find like people just by being yourself and setting that intention. We out there, we is here. We're not crazy. You know, people, you know, you come to this information, sometimes you may think like you're the only one because maybe you don't see it in your family. You don't see it in your immediate community surroundings. And so you think you're the only one, and, you know, technology, it can go both ways. You know, it's all about intention. So technology then brought a lot of us together, you know? And so it's all about intention and being aware that we in this frequency war and the shit ain't never gonna stop because these motherfuckers can't stop. It's too easy. That's another thing. It's too easy for them at this point. That's another thing. Motherfuckers giving consent out like fucking chicken sandwiches. I don't know. But I love y'all. I love y'all and have a great
too, son.
Celebration of however you want to celebrate, you know, and I see y'all next time.
Indeed, son. Indeed. Great drop. Okay, so who else? I know Brother Odel. He's probably, did he drop off? Yeah, he's probably doing his thing. So thank you, Brother Odel. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
You know that our Rud takes us out every time.
What's more important, their illusion or your reality? What is it that you actually want?
Oh my God, yes.
Is it what they've scripted? Or are you too weak to script something for yourself? In the age of knowing, you should know what's best for you. You shouldn't have to ask nobody for shit.
Yep.
Shouldn't have to ask nobody if you can be free. Shouldn't have to ask nobody if you don't have to wear a mask. Or whatever else you ask permission for. But you're supposed to be creators. At one point, you admit to being pure energy.
Yeah.
But yet still you get caught up in the script of being a victim, a slave, something that's less than, a minority on your own home. At the same time, you cower to AI, not realizing that you are the greatest AI ever created. Organic intelligence. Every fiber of you is alive. Everything you can see and everything you can't see, your skin, your hair, your eyes, your blood, your white blood cells, red blood cells, DNA, everything is alive. You don't have that in robots and other things that they've created off of your design, or things that maybe we've created off of our design.
Right.
But you are the greatest everything ever created. I don't care about beings from higher dimensions. If you sit up and listen to how they describe themselves and their experiences, some of them don't have empathy, sympathy. They don't know what love is. They don't know what food tastes like. They don't know shit. We created an experience that every motherfucker on every timeline in every motherfucking dimension want to be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
And you still worried about going to a dimensional script that another motherfucker laid out instead of creating something like we already fucking did that everything wants to be a part of.
Yeah.
I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I'm just want to thank, everybody for joining us. I know y'all know how we are. We move where the energy moves. So we're not going to be on next week. We'll be on the following week. Okay. And then I can truly get caught up on my homework of The Godfather 3. I need to rewatch it. So, I just want to thank the, YouTube audience. Thank, the YouTube chat, y'all doing it like you're doing it as usual. Appreciate you.
Shout out to moderators.
Yes, my mods. Hey, had to upgrade my mods to my BCU fam. Shout out to the BCU fam. Love you all very much. Beautiful. Big up. Okay. Shout out to LTC. That is his creation, his vision. So shout out to him. Okay. Shout out to the YouTube family that was watching. I don't know what went on, but it was a lot of people in here tonight, more than we usually get. So shout out to you all. Okay. All right. So shout out to Brother Odel. Thank you, Brother Odel. He came in early and we got it cracking. We truly, truly appreciate and love our brother. He's from the UK. So he is 7 or 8 hours ahead of us. So he's literally pulling an all-nighter to be with us. And we truly, truly appreciate that. It. Oh, good. There you are. There you are. Hey, Brother Odell, you got any last words? I thought you had went and exercising to start your day. Yeah. You got any last words for the fam?
Well, I'm not really holding up long. Just be aware of what's coming, and just focusing on self and working on yourself and put that work in there. And no matter what they're offering, just keep with what you've got, because what you've got is more precious than anything else that they can offer you. And you'll see that be the best version of yourself you can be, and watch the illusion for what it is, not what they're telling you.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Odell. Thank you so much. We love you, brother. Go ahead on and start your day. And next week,
it is there.
Yeah, next week we got a holiday. So we're not gonna be on next week. So we'll be ready the following week to get it back cracking. So love you very much, brother.
All right. Appreciate everybody and love everybody, and thank you very much.
Okay, love you too.
Wholeness and power, bro.
Have a great day. All right, that's our Brother Odell. We so love that brother. Okay, that's our cousin from the UK. Okay, he get to hear our messiness from his cousins across the pond. So it's all good. So I do want to thank, Sis Sandra. Thanks, sis, for rocking with me. Okay, being on the panel for the feminine energy. So thanks to son Scotty.
Brother Scotty.
Yeah, I know
Yeah, I'm
he's
glad
been
he's back.
working. Yeah, but he been working and stuff. So I'm not gonna stop no man from working now. And get your ass up, go on to work, do what you gotta do. So I'm not finna stop that baby from that. So thank you, nephew Muwaz. Good to see you in the house as well tonight. So glad you shared the panel with us as well. And then thank you to Brother Sean. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you for being on the panel. And a lot of people always tell me that they really, really show gratitude towards you for being on the panel and the jewels that you drop. So I truly, truly appreciate you doing that throughout the years, to be that, male energy on the panel. I truly appreciate it, because it takes a certain type of man to roll with me on this, because y'all know how I go. I'm like, oh no, fuck all of that. So thank you, Brother Sean.
But I appreciate the whole family. Everybody taking the time to find out who they are, to put in that work. I just love it. It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. I'm so proud of you all, the audience. Those of us that's been rocking with us for years, and even if this is your first night rocking with us, we're really, really proud of you, because this shit is some heavy shit, and it's not for everyone, and we understand it's not for everyone, because we understand that only 1% are gonna get it, but we also understand that it only takes 1% to flip stuff. So, my last words is, of course, love yourself. Put yourself first. But that also means, when you're putting yourself first, that your responsibilities, and you know what your responsibilities are, you also take care of them. Okay? Love yourself. Forgive yourself. Heal. Create the world you want to live in. Okay? And even if that means creating something new, do it. Okay? Because y'all should know my motto by now. I want to burn this motherfucker to the ground. I don't like none of it. Okay? But ultimately, you have the control to do it. Go be a creator. Go change the world. So we're going to be off next week. Okay? So
I miss you, Auntie.
I know I'll miss you all too. So you all enjoy the holiday however you're going to enjoy it or not enjoy it. Spend time with your fam, love on each other, and make it about each other. Okay? So we love you, fam, very much. Let's do our homework. Shit, I ain't do my homework. So the homework is supposed to be watch or rewatch Godfather 3. So when we roll back up in here and go over this financial stuff with the Italy connection, it'll make sense. Okay. So love you all, fam, very much. We are Truth Uncompromised, and we're going to rock out with some closing music. Peace and love, fam. Love ya.
Wholeness and power.
Love y'all.